They're on top of this.
Hello and welcome back to Rolex Play, where we roll dice and play games. This is us. This is the game, and we have a full house. Woohoo! Let's go! Everyone's here. Everyone's here for TPK. Robbie, could you give us a recap, please?
Sure thing. Last session, right at the start, Ben had a totally small argument with the shadows. And after a interesting night, eventually everyone gathered back at Sedane's place, and we got money! Yay! We got paid! Woo! Thank you, Korthak, for also giving us a piece of your armor. You're a real one. Thanks, G. After which we... Oh, wait. Did Thorn have the conversation before or after we went shopping?
Before.
It was before.
Before, okay. Thorn confronted Ven at a kind of unfortunate timing about their shadows. Kind of resulted in a stalemate, I would say. And then they went to commission anti-divination charms for themselves and to look for some items. I don't think we bought anything? Question mark? Yeah, we didn't. But we might. Who knows? Afterwards, to the sewers we went with Frankie, who, after a bit of guiding us, decided to be like, alright, bye guys, you're on your own from here on out. Because an individual called Sherry, and we had to go through some odd alarm system they had down there. Lots of jumping and swimming through poo-poo water. Afterwards, we encountered some of the bigger red and blue balls inside the sewers. Beat them up.
And shaped balls.
Yeah. And eventually stumbled upon a cave that was like an underwater cave, question mark? Which Fennel decided to explore, promptly almost got eaten by a mimic, was rescued by everyone, and we collected some of the materials from the mimic that we needed for the alchemist. Afterwards, Sedane and Thorn decided to chance their luck in trying to stealthily steal the loot of dead guards in a pile of the sewer dust mites, whatever you want to call them. They managed to they succeeded to get some of them. Did we end up getting the scroll?
No.
No, we didn't get the scroll. But he got the cool new rifle, and the party decided to leave after that because we have used up a lot of our resources doing that. And as we were leaving, we ended up exiting the sewers very near Frederick's house. Yay! And Ven ended up having not a good time, and an argument broke out amidst all the panic and confusion, and the party kind of split ways as Sienna and Ven went to talk in private, and everyone else went to Sedane's place, unless Fennel decided to go elsewhere. That's all.
Okay, then we'll pick up right there where we last left off. We focused last session towards the end of it with both Ven and Sienna, but now we're going to look on the flip side. So I imagine both Thorn, Thodane, and Fennel, perhaps, the three of you have arrived back at your place of work.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all three of you.
Yep.
Okay, so what is currently happening as you return home? You are somewhat hurt from the fight. You are depleted in your resources, but it is still kind of afternoon time, nearly midday. So you have a fair bit of the day still left. To have a long rest now would be a little tricky, but a short rest you could definitely implement.
How are you two?
Untouched, basically.
Yeah, same.
I'm not that bad. I'm
Okay.
assuming it's up to date. I'm not that bad.
Sedane did heal
Mhm.
Fennel.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've also only used one spell of each level, so I'm actually fine on resources.
You also did use up your healing potion, just FYI, Frey.
Oh, okay. I'm sure that's gone.
Okay, so we're fine.
We're all good.
Max rolled something. Why did Max roll something?
Because he's
No
being
reason.
Because he's trying to scare us. It's a scare tactic, guys. We're good. We're
We
good.
didn't mean
Yeah.
to contradict you. We didn't mean to.
No. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're all
I'm a
good.
bit tired, but yeah, okay, doing okay.
Like I said, I guess I imagine that we'd be just portioning out the loot, or more accurately, because we've not actually done this in character yet, just laying things out on a table and making sure everything's clean and unbroken.
Mm-hmm. If you want to just roll a investigation check, each one of you, over these items, just to see if you can glean anything else from them. Shit in hell.
Yeah, that was just got a knife, just like, oh, look, a knife.
You're still waking up from the wheelchair, okay?
He's
God,
now
not the
stepping
wheelchair.
out of the wheelchair and seeing the dagger. Very much like the One Ring.
He just hits the sound of like a casino's bank of slot
Yeah.
machines going as he looks at
Cha-ching,
it.
cha-ching, cha-ching, blah,
Yeah.
just all of these like sevens and shit just going that off in his head. As well, he just hears the gambler. It's me. Use me. As you just see Fennel starting to drool. But for the other two, with your high rolls, you can see that yes, the firearm itself is one that's made here in the city. You've seen guards carry them around. It is officially made in Alexshire. It's more specifically made in partnership with the House Relandia. They are one of the major houses here, and they deal in the arcane as well as infusions. You would have heard their name mentioned several times as being the pioneers in the arcane energy that flows through the city. So this was one of the firearms that they had issued. As well, looking through the rest of them, the arm bracer seems to be something that's made with arcane essence as well. You can also see the potions. When you look over these almost like stems with a needle, basically to stab into your arm, you can see they can be injected self or into someone else, and it does have this almost strange, almost purpley liquid to it. And I'd say for though Dane with the 26, this doesn't look like arcane energy. If anything, looking at it closer, you can almost see like whispers inside of it that have almost a freedom of movement to themselves, as though there is something realized inside. It's not just a liquid, there's something inside there. And
Okay.
yes, anything else you'd notice? No, that would be pretty much it.
I Fodane would know this. Are mind flayers a thing in your world?
They are, yes.
With that in mind, can I have another look at the mind stems?
Yeah, they aren't that. They aren't tadpoles or anything like that. You can roll a Arcana check to get more in depth.
Sure. Arcana. Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just can't pinpoint what sort of origin it is. It doesn't look to be alive necessarily. It's not like there's actually a body in there. It just looks like there is just this, for a better way of like describing it, like a shadow or a mist that kind of moves around inside, separate from the liquid itself.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's nothing like physical inside there.
Okay.
The items displayed on the table, you begin to basically hand them out to each other and whoever is more fit for them. At this point, would say both Sienna and Van, the two of you arrive back after having essentially fled the party in a heated discussion.
I don't think we were planning on heading back that early.
Okay, where would you have gone?
Yeah. I believe they were going to a tavern last left off.
Yeah. You still following through with that plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless Sienna says otherwise.
No.
Okay. You head around the corner, you find a tavern. For Van in particular, you find that it's the same tavern you were in. You're starting to get almost like a flash of memory from the previous night, and you can see the tavern that you had entered. There's no sign outside. It's one of these dingy bars that just haven't been like kept up to scratch. You know they have rooms to stay in, but
Wait, is the one I woke up in or the one
the one that you first entered.
Oh, okay. He's gonna ask for a room.
Mm-hmm. You go to the barkeep. They kind of look the two of you over. Am I just getting a room for two or two rooms for singles?
Just one room. We won't be here for a while.
Okay, that'll be 5 copper.
Sure thing. We'll give him 5 copper. Oh.
Slide it over. Your room is on the second floor, room 224. It might need some cleaning. Do you need someone to go up there, or?
That would be nice if you could clean it up a bit.
Okay. He turns around. Well, you just can't get the staff here. Give me 10 minutes. I'll see what I can do. And you see he just kind of like grabs a bucket and a mop, puts some like backpack over his shoulder, but seems to have some tools in it with some cloths. And he just kind of gives you a nod. He heads upstairs.
What happened in the room, bro?
An interesting.
Two of you will wait awkwardly downstairs. This bar does have a few kind of barflies who literally do not leave their spots. You can see just like 3 people sat in here in different parts of the bar, just kind of drinking their own lives away pretty much. But there's no life here. There's no band. There doesn't seem to be a place for any performers. It's a pretty dingy sort of place.
Yeah, Van's mostly silent and kind of eyeing the place, trying to see if he can remember anything he did.
Mm-hmm. Roll a history check.
5. Oh god, I forgot to turn on a setting. It's so laggy.
Unfortunately, no memory comes to you of the previous night. Sienna, you can probably notice that Ven's looking around, maybe not sheepishly, but you can see that they're familiar with this place at least.
Have you been to this tavern before? It's not exactly the place I would have picked personally.
It was just the closest one. Sorry.
Well, maybe the rooms are more comfortable than this promises.
Yeah. Hopefully. I was here last night, so, at least I know the owner. Well, not the owner, the barkeep.
Yeah, and if nothing bad happened to you last night, then I'm sure nothing's going to happen now, so...
Yeah, exactly. Thinks of waking up in a different tavern. Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yikes. Sienna, with waiting here alongside Ven, you still have that that memory, or at least the words of your brother, kind of just telling you that family's in town and they want to meet for lunch.
Wait, lunch? Not did he use the word lunch?
I'm pretty sure he said lunch last time,
I think so.
Ah! Oh, okay. Would I, from knowing my family, know when they would expect to have a lunch? Like during what time period?
You tell me, Leonie.
I'm not even sure where normal people have lunch. What is the normal lunchtime?
2 p.m. question mark?
Right. Okay, great.
Just,
So
just picture
definitely,
you're obscenely rich
yeah.
and where you would have an awkward lunch, and then that's where they are.
Role playing when to have lunch. Excellent.
What is this
just trying
regular meal time you speak
tell how
of?
much time Sienna then had for this talk, because I can't.
So you would
Like-
guess that you have a couple of hours. Since it is
Okay.
about midday, you have about a couple of
Perfect.
hours.
Okay, sweet.
Eventually, the guy comes back
did-
down. You can see he kind of like wipes his brow. Yeah, all clean. Should just mind a bit of wet spots on the floor. I did give it a mop, so yeah, I put a sign there that says slippery. So please don't fall over. Room's yours. Hands you the key.
Thanks. Gonna
Thank you.
go up to the room.
Okay. You head up to the room. See the room. You can see the room isn't the best or most well kept. The curtains have holes in them from moths that have probably eaten through over the years. The floor is just wooden floorboards now covered with this kind of like sheen of some sort of water that they've used to clean it. And there is a patch where it's kind of gathered, hasn't been cleaned away properly, and there is just a yellow bright sign that just says slippery. And it just has a kobold that's like half slipping on the floor. But yeah, it's one double bed, freshly made, new sheets. Nothing else in terms of amenities.
Did Sienna tell Van about? She did, right, last session about having the family.
About receiving the message, or
Yeah.
No, she hasn't.
Okay. Van's gonna sit down on the bed, pat the place next to him.
Yeah, Sienna's gonna sit down next to him and just sort of like doing this thing with her hands and go, about that conversation you had just now. If you don't feel comfortable sharing anything about that with me, then know now that you absolutely don't have to. Like, I didn't commit with you to so that you can. You don't have to tell me anything if you're not comfortable with it.
Thank you, Sienna. Sorry, I'm not good at talking about it. But, you know, I don't want to hide things too much from you. You did stand up for me.
That wasn't because I thought that doesn't mean you owe me anything. Like, if you want to keep it with you for now and then maybe share later, or if you never feel ready to share it, that's totally fine by me. I mean, I've been friends with a very secretive person, and even she hasn't shared everything with me, so it's totally fine if you want to keep some secrets. I have some secrets. Everyone has secrets.
You have secrets, Sienna. I didn't take you for a secretive person.
I wouldn't call them secrets. It's more stuff I don't like talking about.
I understand. Thorn's very lucky to have you as a friend.
Well,
I'm serious. If maybe I had someone like you when it all happened, I don't know, maybe things would be different.
do you wish to talk about what happened, or
If we could save it maybe for another time. But we could still talk about other things. So, your family?
Yes. And my parents take some getting used to, but they're trying their best. What about your family? You haven't really talked about them a whole lot. Your uncle was very interesting, very nice.
He is definitely interesting. He actually left me this before he went away, and he's gonna show her the family portrait.
Oh, that's so cute. You have a little brother? Who is he?
Yeah. His name's Mark. I don't know if I talked about him before. Yeah, he was mostly in my care. We found him when I was about 12, and I had to beg my parents to take him in. I said I would take care of him, and I did ever since then. He is my brother, but at some points he felt more like a son to me in a weird way.
Yeah, I absolutely get that. When people were really special to us, like the terms people like the society used to describe relationships sometimes doesn't work quite in the way you would think. So yeah, is there a chance we could meet him? I mean, he sounds lovely from what you say.
I don't know. I believe Frederick has done something to their minds to forget me, hate me. I don't know.
That's horrible.
He is horrible. And apparently everyone knew that except for me. I thought he was my friend, but things just went downhill very fast. I don't know, sometimes I feel foolish for ever being friends with him, for not realizing what he was really like. Just seemed so normal. And then, like a switch flipped in him.
Well, now you know, and now you can go and kick his butt. So that's something.
I feel bad for dragging in all of you in this.
I have the feeling this would have evolved into our problem either way. I mean, with his relation to the other two large assets, it's not really a surprise that we're involved with him.
I guess. But I don't want other people to get hurt.
Well, we'll just have to be careful.
You're right. I actually wanted to ask you this. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but how did you meet Thorn?
It wasn't really a meeting. It's more that I found her. when you said that you found your brother, it always made me chuckle because I also stumbled across Dawn during a very bad time in her life. She had rather recently escaped from, well, you know who. She was badly injured, unconscious, and freezing. It was very, very deep into the winter. And, well, she looked like she could use all the help in the world. So I brought her to a healer I knew. Miss Lysinshaw, I think me and Thor may have mentioned her already, and we pebbled her back to health. So
I'm glad she found you and Miss Sintra.
Lysinshaw, an
Lysinshaw.
amazing woman. You should definitely meet her. It's a shame that we were just leaving from Corsaria when we met. I think you would adore her. She's a bit stern, a bit mean sometimes, but once you get past that shell, she's a sweetheart.
She sounds lovely. I think you would like Mark too.
I would love to meet him. And once we've dealt with Frederick and whatever evil spell he's put on your family, we can definitely go and meet him.
Yeah. You know, you're very hopeful. It's making it hard to be sad.
Well, that's the exercise. I've got lots of training with this.
Training?
Well, Thorn isn't exactly a wellspring of positivity, so sometimes getting her to see the bright side in life is quite the exercise.
That's certainly one way to put it. She can be a bit... angry
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the times.
Yes. Oh, yes, definitely. But she means well. I'm really sorry on her behalf for what happened today. She shouldn't have grabbed you like that.
It's... Well, I want to say it's fine, but... It wasn't the greatest thing in the world. I just wanted to get away from there. But,
Well, hopefully she'll know better next time. Hopefully this is sort of a learning exercise for her. I don't know. Maybe.
yeah, maybe. I've seen her in a similar state I was in before. I'm not sure if I was able to help her. What do you usually do?
Oh, I have a list. And she literally pulls out a small notebook and
okay.
starts thumbing through it. And then she points at several things. And it's like, so originally we tried like calming teas and stuff, and that really didn't do a whole lot. She especially hates lavender. So if you try to use lavender, don't. That's a horrible idea. She did respond fairly well to like throwing stuff into walls, so like breaking stuff. Then she sadly developed a tendency to hit like with her own fists against the stuff, which was way worse. It did seem to slightly calm her down, but it's a horrible practice. So I'm trying to not get her to do that anymore. Considering she had a recent case where she did it, I don't think it's going particularly well. And then she just goes through a list until you stop her, because she has extensive points.
Ben kind of stops her. You seem to know a lot about Thorn.
Well, yes, I've been traveling with her for about a year now. You notice things.
Well, I did notice that you tend to take care of her a lot more than you take care of yourself.
Well, I just don't often need to be taken care of, so it's, yeah. I guess I do that.
Something I learned while taking care of Mark. Sometimes you have to let them fall and learn on their own.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Yeah,
she won't
I'm
truly
trying to
learn
get better
if
with
you're always holding on to her. Be there when she needs you,
Yeah.
but you know.
Yeah, she seems to have gotten a bit more independence ever since we've gotten here. Well, really, already since the ship. It's
Really?
good, right? That she's taking steps on her own, that she's going out on her own. It's a good thing.
Can I insight check how Sienna's feeling about that?
You don't have to. You don't have to. She's obviously a bit sad at the thought of like Thor not needing her. She's just like, yeah, sure. That's great.
Ben's gonna put his hand over Sienna's. Hey. I know it's... I don't know the best way to comfort you, but she still cares about you.
Mm. Will she continue though? Once I'm not useful to her anymore. I mean, we've never had this situation before where she's had other people to rely on and a strong independent leadership to follow, which I guess she's found in Zidane, which yay for her, you know. But...
Sienna, if somebody really loves you, they will want you there, not need you there.
Huh. And she looks like you just explained a whole new concept to her. Her face is like, right.
You shouldn't just be...
By the way, I got a message from my brother just now, like when we were on the street. My parents have arrived in town.
Ben's now looking at you like, okay.
I think...
Right, you just got a message from your brother?
Yeah, when we were walking past the tavern. So I think we have like another hour or two before I think I have to like get ready to go to the lunch which we're apparently having.
You...
Yeah.
Do you want me to help you get ready? I could braid your hair.
That would be lovely.
It helps me take my mind off of things, so a win-win for both of us, I think.
Yes, perfect. You can think of other things. And you can tell me more stories about Mark while we do that.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So you spend the next half an hour, we'll say, getting Sienna ready for her meeting with the family. We'll say during all of this, everyone can have a short rest if they wish.
Yes, please, my HP.
You can roll some hit dice and regain any abilities that come back on a short rest. I believe Bardic Inspirations come back on a short rest. I may be mistaken there. You are muted, Jack.
They do now.
Oh, they do now, yeah.
I
Since you
believe.
level up.
Oh, sorry.
Very good. Okay. With all of that ready, the main question that comes into effect here is who are you going to take with you, Sienna, to this meeting, to this lunch? Because depending on who you bring, they will be with you.
Do Ven and Sienna have time to go back to the agency before the dinner?
Yeah.
Like, what's the time
there's
frame
time.
here? Okay.
You've got time.
Then, once everything's ready, Sienna would ask Ven, do you think you're ready to go back to the agency, or would you prefer to stay here for a while?
I think I would like to spend the night here if that's fine.
Yes, of course, but I don't think you should be alone. Should we ask Finel to come over? You two seem to be getting along good.
I mean, yeah, we could invite him. I could send one of my shadow pets to get him. If you wish to go straight ahead to your parents.
I was thinking of making a quick stop there. Check in if any of the others, if they're still mad, or if the tension has disappeared, or if we can talk, or whatever.
I mean, you can go ahead, but I don't think I'm ready.
Right. Then I guess I'm going to wait till Finel gets here. Then I'm going to go.
Oh. Okay. That worked. I thought you were. Never mind.
Well, like I said, none of us should really be alone at the moment, so. Well, Finel would also be wandering the streets alone.
Well, he would have my shadow pet with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, you see, the shadow pet is just this giant, big, fluffy dog now.
Oh my God.
Lolling out to the
Can I pet
side.
him? Can you pet him? Is that what you asked?
Yes. Can I? Yes, can I?
Sure.
Nice.
You begin to scrunch.
I don't get to pet the dog.
You begin to scrunch into the side. You can see it's one of these dogs with flappy long sides. You just begin to lift up the jowls. You get right underneath there, get the nice spots that they can never get to. Your hands, although the creature is made of shadow, there is a bit of a leftover bit of residue of slobber that's left on your fingers. And you just have to kind of, how do you get this off? And they eventually just fades away. But as the dog is now summoned, then you issue the command to head back to HQ.
Yep.
Then, with the dog on its way, what has been going on with Thordain, Thorn, and Finel? What have the three of you guys been up to as soon as Jack leaves?
Yeah. I don't know. I think Thorn is festering in her own guilt about the talk that she had with Ven, another failed talk. So I think she's inspecting the little bomb things, honestly. Not doing anything. She's just inspecting them. Everyone calm down.
Please don't blow up the office. Not another hole, please.
Thorn, since you are looking at
remodel.
these, more specifically, could you roll a Arcana check? 23, damn. So with a 23, you have a look at these bombs, and you can see that they aren't the most simple that are kind of configured with wires interconnecting in different areas. You can see there's almost this pump action system where you have to almost push it down, turn the nozzle, and then click it to the right timing. You basically get an understanding of how to set these things off. You examine, you pay some time, and you basically know how to start and as well disable these bombs. There is several checks that are involved to disable them, but to activate them, it just takes an action. So you kind of understand how to do that.
Gotcha. Cool. So I'm not blowing up the building. Got it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not. I said I'm not doing it. I said I'm not. I'm not. I said I'm not doing it. I said I'm not doing it, guys. Calm
Kaboom.
down.
Yes, Rico. Kaboom.
Shut up.
Boom, boom. Okay. And what about Fennel and Thodane? Two of you guys, are you up to anything in particular during this short rest?
I'd imagine, as boring as it sounds, like field servicing the gun, just like figuring out where the parts go, make sure it's all clean. He said that it fires actual bullets, right?
No, it's arcane energy. So it's
Okay,
the same as yours.
Okay, cool, because he said it was a firearm, but he said that my other gun wasn't, so I think I got a bit confused. It's got charges.
Yes.
Okay, sweet. And I can recharge those with spell slots, and it's at dawn otherwise?
So let me just double check. I believe the item does not recharge. It is just, you can use one of the charging stations to charge it up to be maximum charges, but otherwise you need to imbue a spell slot into it, or
And
some
we
other
do
arcane
not-
means.
And we do not have a charging station at present, so...
There are some located around the city, but for
Wait,
charging things like
so
this...
instead of like electric charge points for a car, there's arcade charge points for a gun. That is the most
Hold on,
American thing.
I need to charge my gun, guys. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
let me just charge. Hey there, let me just charge my gun.
Just
No.
Plug that in and go get a Starbucks.
So with
Also,
firearms,
if this is something for guards, wouldn't it be super weird if he just shows up there with something that typically only guards have and just plugs it in?
that's
Well, you know,
the point
'cause-
I was going to mention, is that the firearms, they need permits, and you don't have a permit for this one. This one's a guard's gun, and you somehow have it now. So to be charging that in public would be very tricky, and may cause you to go to prison. But
Cool.
there is,
If you do it with confidence, they'll just let you do it.
with chess, yeah.
Just broaden out the shoulders and then walk just like that. Just that. Just,
This is my gun.
Bob.
I mean, alternatively, we could steal you a guard's badge, you know?
Sienna.
I was
Why are you talking like
just
That was not Jenna. That was me.
So, yeah, I definitely could consider my thing. I definitely know someone who works with the guard and could possibly get me a permit.
Perhaps.
Can I?
So you want to work towards that?
Yeah, I'll because I'll have contacts. I'll write a letter to them and go, "Hi, I've located this. Would you like it returned? Is there any possibility that I could have it, and also include like a thing of like, hey, also here's the situation in the sewers, because the last thing in particular seemed pretty bad."
Okay. Just write a persuasion check as this letter.
Okay.
That's exactly the bit that I was laughing at, Robbie.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, he's going to write that in the smallest font possible.
Thank you, Joe.
And you know,
22.
maybe I could give it back and scratch that out.
Yeah.
Write it with invisible ink. I did put it in there. You just can't see it.
Is that
You're
the
free. Too
anagram?
late. No take backs.
Very good. Okay, so yeah, you prepare the letter, you send it out to the right address, and you just kind of let that stew in the background. Fennel, is there anything that you're up to?
Not specifically. Maybe keeping an eye on Thorn messing with the bombs. Just a bit nervous about.
It's fine.
Not nervous about Thorn specifically. Just nervous about bombs just being around.
It's fine.
So
Says Mr. Jackpot.
you're not looking at the knife going, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
Yeah.
I think he's just after my bombs because he's greedy. That's it.
Ooh.
No.
No,
Fennel
that's definitely
doesn't-
it. You got
so-
a ton of shit. I get this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't have them, but doesn't mean I can't be
Have
nervous
them.
being next to the bombs.
Can you roll a investigation check as well, as you're watching Thorn analyze the bombs to see
Oh,
if
why?
you get an understanding of how they work? 20. You learn the same information as Thorn. Thorn basically does the work for you. Thorn, she's kind of like whispering under her breath, that's how you turn it off. Oh, that's how you turn it on.
You know what? I
you're
think
like,
she is saying that just to like get under Fennell's scales, just to be like, just to like make him nervous and antsy. I think she's fucking with him by saying
Like,
that.
oh, it's about to go off. Oh.
Under her breath, she's like, "Oh shit," and then like she makes it beep for some reason. Then Fennell's like,
Fawn, what's that you're reading? Oh, the Arsonist Toolkit. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like,
It's funny how both the rogues now know how to activate and deactivate these bombs.
I can tell you're fucking with me, and I hate it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
At this point, you hear just hear this like
On the
howling,
door.
like this weakest howl from the door, which sounds almost like a whimper at some points. It's just a constant. No one seems to be getting it.
Right. Time to go find out which street dog is outside.
Prepares his boots.
As you guys go, if Snowbear's found a pet, he can't keep it.
Has never been feeding the strays again.
You open the door
He's making a cavalry unit for himself.
you open the door and you find this. It's a Saint Bernard, no? Robbie?
Yeah, Saint Bernard.
So you see this
It's
shadowy Saint
giant.
Bernard, bigger than you, just like
Bigger than me.
Bigger
Just
than
puppy
Fennell.
eyes up at him. With sad
hi,
eyes.
Clifford.
No, not him.
I don't think that's one of the strays.
it starts waggling its tail, and then you see it just move and begin to walk away.
I guess Ven's that way. I'll just shout back through the doors. All right, I'm gonna go see where Ven and I assume Sienna are.
What?
On your own?
Okay.
Well, there's a big shadow dog that's trying to lead me. So yes, yeah.
Frankie?
Okay, that's
It's not panicked.
yeah. Look, as long as you're not on your own, and Ven could speak to the right over distances, we need to know what Ven can do.
Can't Ven
Not
send
sure.
a message?
Not that far, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Ven has message, not sending.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry.
The dog comes back, like, fucking bites into his coat and starts dragging him.
Yeah.
Remember, take your new knife just in case you need it.
I love
Don't
that
stab
you're
yourself.
yelling that out into the street.
Some random guy's like,
Um,
and leaves.
Official detective business closes the door.
official detective business.
Yelp
drop
review, what the fuck are these guys doing?
I'm almost
Wait,
picturing.
yeah.
Bad publicity.
I'm almost picturing Fidel just being picked up by the scruff and just being carried.
No.
It's
That's
not
by
that
the end
big.
of the call.
Yeah. It begins to lead you down a winding path. At some point, you do see it kind of like almost get distracted a little bit and then just shakes out of it and continues in a direct path. And you find this very seedy looking, like dodgy bar. And it just like drops you there. And then just like shifts its head towards the door.
Okay, this is a strange place in here.
Oh, you
Okay,
don't follow
sure.
shadow dogs, kids.
Maybe I should have thought about that. There might be
Oh,
other
looks
people
like
who can
crap.
control shadows and make shadow creatures.
It could have definitely been a Frederick chick. Oh my god.
It begins to walk around, sees like a lamppost, and just starts peeing on it.
Great.
Just a shadowy like
It's
mist of
available.
water just like trailing up into the air.
Anyone could have summoned it now. Is this Fawns?
No, it's not.
Um,
It's
Right.
a nice
I'll go inside.
dog.
Okay, Van, are you waiting upstairs? Or are you going to be downstairs? I assume. you're
Yes, he's
downstairs.
waiting upstairs.
Okay.
Question mark?
Now you.
The,
What
the dog's
the fuck is going on?
the dog's gonna lead him up.
After having a whiz outside, the dog then walks through the door because it can't open the door itself, and now begins to walk up the stairs. The guy at the bar is like, "What the heck? Who are you?"
Name's Fennel Del Mar.
I don't care. And he just goes back to his job.
Awesome.
You head upstairs. What do they find? How are they going to find you? The dog's just like leading you to the door, I guess.
Well,
yeah. It just stands at the door and is looking at him.
I'll knock on whichever door it sits on, just because assuming we're getting to a point where they're obviously rooms.
There are, yeah. So you're now seeing the door in front of you to a room. You knock on the door. Both Sienna and Van, the two of you, hear a knock at the door. Sienna now dressed up slightly, having her hair done. Who answers the door?
Okay.
Okay. Sienna, you open the door. Could you please describe to us what Sienna looks like now that she's been done up?
She doesn't look a whole lot more fancy. I think the most obvious thing is that she's done her hair in more than her typical ponytail. I would imagine that they sort of did something with like multiple tiny braids that combine into one big braid down towards her back, and probably some small like flower hair clips in like matching gold and orange tones and pinks.
Yeah, Van would have offered to do
and
her
she's probably
make.
exchanged. Yes, slight makeup. Hell yes.
Okay. Then, Fennel, you see Sienna, and you also see Ven just behind her.
Oh, good. It is you two. Sienna, you look very nice, by the way. What are you going somewhere?
Yes, my brother contacted me. My parents are in town, so I'm going to lunch now. Well, I'll stop at the agency, see if they've calmed down. Have they calmed down? Or does Thordain still seem very mad?
They were both working on the tools. Thorn's playing with bombs, and Thordain's playing with the gun. So it's felt a bit tense.
Maybe I do directly head to my parents.
Playing is a very strong word for people who know what they're doing.
To be fair, it did look like Thorn knew what she was doing with the bombs.
I don't think that makes it better.
Well, it's a bit better than not knowing what you're doing with the bombs.
I guess it is.
Meanwhile, hey, Thorn, what's this do? Boom.
Not my fault. You pressed the button just because it was out of my reach. Does not make it my fault that you decided to be a dumbass.
The entire city is leveled.
What? I didn't know they were that powerful. Damn.
It's the self-destruction button.
What does this button do? Self-destruct.
What the hell's a black hole generator?
End the campaign in this entire world.
Well, thanks for watching.
Oh, you don't need to tune in for Tuesday. This also killed Kazaria, so they're all dead.
Who needs an artificer to nuke the world when we've got Thorn?
Yay!
Anyways.
Yeah, so that's just gonna. So thanks, Ben. Fennel thinks I look nice, so you did an amazing job.
You do look pretty. I hope you have a good time with your parents and family.
Well, we'll see about that. Maybe.
And think about what I told you about Thorn.
I might. And then she's gonna go like, bye-bye.
Bye. Have fun.
I hope you don't mind that I called you over, so, you know.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm glad it was you. It wasn't until I got here that I realized, oh, wait, you might not be the only person able to summon shadow creatures.
Fair point. Perhaps I should use a form for them that you're more familiar next time.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that might be nice. Or I'm sure I'll recognize the forms as time goes by.
Yeah, I don't really fully know how it functions yet, so forgive the switching up the forms.
I'm sure we'll be fine. What did you tell Sienna about Thorn?
Just to, you know, let her do her thing, and if Thorn really loves her, she'll still want Sienna around.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, better. Had a little sit down. Feeling better.
I'm glad. You really worried me back there.
Yeah.
Come
Sorry
in,
about
and
that.
he's gonna move away from the door and let him. No, I shouldn't have let you go down there.
Oh, it's fine. It's happens.
Have you before been almost eaten by a mimic?
That's not not a mimic, but other things. It's the ocean. There's lots of big creatures as you get further down. It's lots of scary things. You learn to steer clear of them, and I'm sure you have creatures up here on the surface. They have territories. They get defensive. They don't want you too close to their young. When all you're trying to do is get a bit of food or get some pearls or something.
You really are a mystery sometimes.
It's it's a very different world under the sea.
I can imagine.
But it's
Well,
great. It's good too. There's lots of really interesting things. Hopefully one day you'll be able to experience it or see it.
maybe. Not that good with water, unfortunately.
No, I know. I remember.
Well, is the situation really that bad back in the office?
It's just a bit, calming down after what happened. It's not that bad. Thorn was playing with bombs. I wasn't kidding about that.
Oh dear.
I think she's I think she's thinking about what happened and how it all went down.
Sorry about losing it a bit back there.
Hey, no, it's not your fault. Nothing for you
Thanks.
to be sorry about.
It just happened sometimes.
How are you feeling now?
Better? A bit? It's always difficult to gather myself after these slipping away bits.
Is that why you're in this fine establishment?
It was just the nearest tavern that I knew of.
Fair enough. Well, at least you can get a bit of space.
Yeah, I just couldn't speak to them at the moment. Jumping into water and all, and then coming up to his house, I don't know, it's like I go back to that night. And all I can see is him.
Must be tough.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It was just a lot in one day.
Yeah, no, it was.
And you worried me half to death, so
Yeah, sorry about
don't
that.
do that again. Please.
Wasn't, yeah, sorry, wasn't planning on it.
I know. I'm just trying to make you laugh, I think.
Well, turned out okay in the end. I'm still here.
Thankfully. Honestly, I'm looking back on it and I can't really believe I did that.
Oh, I'm really grateful you did.
Yeah,
You really helped me there.
I I thought I lost my shadows, and then I don't know. I guess the thought of losing somebody else was scarier than the water in the moment.
Well, it's going to be a lot harder to flush me away.
You are very persistent.
Yep, I am. I've got a lot more to experience, a lot more to see. I'm not ready to go.
Well, let's keep it that way. Ben's gonna sit down and let Fennel sit next to him if he wants to.
Yep, I'll sit down as well.
Thank you again for staying by my side.
Anytime.
I don't know how you managed to keep positive, both you and Sienna, in all of this.
There's nicer things to think about.
Yeah, I can think of a few.
Yeah, I mean, just think about the good things in that you do have. That your shadow dogs are adorable. They're changed form. That's fun. Can you make them to any form?
Maybe? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I can make them too big. You do
Be
see.
fun to,
Oh.
be fun to see them change forms and do different stuff. Maybe you could get them to turn into different kinds of fish.
I don't know if they would fare very well on the land, but if we ever go near water again.
Well, yeah, desert rippers.
You see the dog is turned into the cow geese.
Ah, no,
And
that's the
they're
form I'm familiar with.
yes. They haven't been around for a bit. But they're back. Just sitting at their feet. Doing the little jumping over their feet in a circle thing. Ben's gonna slowly lean his head on Fennel's shoulder.
Yeah, but now let that happen.
I gonna probably spend the night here.
Okay. I can stay for as long as you need me to.
If you feel like going back ever, you don't have to stay, but thank you.
No. Thank you.
For what?
No, just being a friend, being caring for me, being like, yeah, I feel like you're there for me too.
I do want to be there for you. Be there for each other, I guess.
I'd like that.
And if you want, we could also go find a better place than this.
Well, that's up to you. If you've already paid for the room, you could stay, but it's
It
not
was
the
only-
best place in town.
It was only a few copper. Honestly, I don't think I was really thinking when I came here, so. Do I remember the tavern I woke up in? Was it nicer than this?
It was slightly nicer, yeah.
Slightly.
It was probably a more of your local tavern that has somewhat of a better upkeep to it. This one is just someone renting out their space and doing it by themselves.
Well, I know one place if you want to maybe take a walk.
Why not?
How far is it, DM, by the way?
About 15 minutes away.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So two of you head off to find another tavern somewhere where it's a bit more nicer. Again, it is midday, so to go to sleep now, it will take, well, or if you're waiting until the evening, it will take a few hours until it's properly nighttime. But with that in mind, we're going to focus on Sienna again quickly. Sienna, you're heading back to HQ. Or are you?
Yeah, I am heading back to HQ, but on the way, she's seriously contemplating whether or not she wants to go inside. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? We're playing a dice game, so I'm gonna let the dice decide.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, another gambler.
If I
Bit of
roll
Frey
even-
energy kicking in.
Yes. If I roll even, she's going to go inside.
Oh,
Okay,
Yay.
good to know. Well,
Good enough.
Jack's not here, so that's great. She's gonna avoid the Dane. No, okay. We can wait a moment, see if Jack comes back, maybe.
okay. As you are approaching the building, you can see down the road there is Snow Bear, who is currently like outside of a shop, just looking at their wares, and you just overhear the conversation of, "Oh, well, I don't know about that. It could be a lot cheaper. It is quite expensive for what it is." And you see the guy looking down at him. I'm sorry, but you're a bear. I don't understand what sort of why you would need a cabinet. It's well, you know, I need it, so take the money and do some negotiating, please. Okay. I'm gonna roll for him since this is a dice game.
Oh no.
I say no.
No, full price. You got it. Well, I need you to carry it for me. That'll be extra. Oh, right. You hear the fumblings of someone who cannot get away in this city, as you see just kind of goes, "Oh, excellent. Oh, Sienna!" And he just waves at you, and you see him begin to like trudges along in your direction. He's about like 50, 60 feet away, so you can get away from him if you wanted.
No, I don't. No, she doesn't want to get away. She's just gonna amble over. And did he at least buy a pretty cabinet?
You can see it looks quite nice, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
You look very
I see-
nice.
Oh, thank you.
Much nicer than normal.
Oh, like a lot nicer, or just a bit nicer?
Bodane did not teach Snow Bear how to neg people.
No, you're lovely in general.
beautiful woman, but you've done, you put in the effort, let's just say.
Right.
Going somewhere nice?
Yes, I'm going to be meeting my parents for lunch. And no, you can't come along. Do you think the Dane would be interested in coming along? We sort of had a maybe fight.
You see, he's kind of like like strucken by by those words. You hear him just like,
What does she mean? I'd make an excellent +1. What do you mean you had an incident with Thodane?
There was a stressful situation. I didn't quite agree with how he and Thorn handled it. And there might have been some shouting involved. And I feel bad, but I'm not sure if... I do still think I was right. So I don't feel a lot bad, but I feel a little bad.
Well, I don't know the situation, so I can't really mediate here, but if you want some counseling, I can do that.
Go elsewhere.
Counseling? In what regard? Counseling.
Well, if there is some tension, I don't know, between you and Thordane or anyone in the group, I could be the intermediary.
I mean, we're both adults. I don't think that will be necessary, but if it ever becomes necessary, I will remember the offer.
Like
Thank you.
Therapy's never
Very
not
kind.
necessary. Just gonna put that out there.
You know, I have many skills, so I'm also an excellent date. +1, all that sort of
Right.
thing.
On the topic of dates, wasn't Samara supposed to be with you, and didn't you want to ask Talon to come along too?
Yes, well, they asked me to leave.
Right.
They gave some really shit excuse, but I could tell that they didn't want me around anymore, and I wasn't going to third wheel it.
Yeah.
But you and me,
Well,
we can
yeah.
double wheel. We don't need to third wheel anything.
Do you have any experience with beating people's parents? Do you
Yes.
have any qualifications for this? Yes. Whose parents have you met?
I have every qualification. I've met every single one of Thodane's friends and their parents.
Okay, was that when you were already sentient, or was that before?
I don't see why that matters.
Well, to be fair, it does sort of. How about
They all
go
really liked
to the
me.
agency together? Well, yeah, everyone likes plushies. And I'm not saying they only like you because you're a plushie. Am I offending the bear?
What did you
I'm
just
not
call
saying they
me?
only like you because you're.
You can't use that word.
You
Only
not-
you can use that word.
You're not allowed to say those sorts of words to me.
Jesus Christ, end this conversation. I can't stand this.
Stop.
Just kick him down the street and run.
Chuck him down the street.
You're killing Leone, bro.
Wait,
chill.
So Sienna can throw Snow Bear, but I can't kick him? That's not fair.
Well,
Look, if you don't want me there, I can understand. Okay? Another L for Snow Bear.
It's
and he
not-
turns around.
No, the
and he
thing is,
starts
it's
walking
not that. No, wait. It's not that I don't want you there. It's that I don't want you meeting my parents because my parents have the tendency to be very rude, and I don't want you to form a bad opinion of them. So I don't want you to meet them.
Well, no matter how abrasive someone may be, it's still your family, you know? And if you want someone to be there that you like, doesn't matter who they are, they'll still see you the same. They're just there to support you.
True, even if I just shouted at them 2 or 3 hours ago.
It's only volume.
There was foul language involved. I may be told for Dane to fuck off.
Oh,
Very
Oh.
loudly.
you told him to fuck off.
Yeah.
That seems very out of character, Sienna.
Mm. Well,
Are you stressed?
a bit, yes.
Have you had a poo?
Yeah, we were just at a tavern, yes.
I hear these things help de-stress and relieve yourself.
Right. That's not the problem. How about let's just go back to the agency? I think if I just talk to them, we can sort this out. You can come and be an intermediary.
Well, okay.
And he follows. He joins you as you head back to HQ, and you find the rest of your party members there.
Lauren sort of stands up whenever she sees Sienna, but doesn't really have anything to say.
Hey.
Awkward. This is quite awkward. Do I have to say something now, or
Shut up.
Snowbear,
you
go
don't.
do some paperwork.
I was meant to be the intermediary, Thordane.
No. If the other participants don't want to hear, then I think the use of an intermediary sort of immediately doesn't work. So
I'm just going to go ahead and go out on a limb and think that you've overthought this, Sienna.
that I overthought what?
I'm not pissed at you.
Wait, but I'm the one that yelled at you. So
It was a
who
stressful
are you pissed at?
situation. Just don't overthink it.
Right. So you're going to apologize to Ven for your behavior then, or?
I'm going to discuss it with Ven.
Right.
I'm not apologising for stopping them from running off when there's a person who's actively after them without giving us an idea of where they're going.
Yeah, but it's not like we couldn't have just followed them. Like, they weren't running from us. They were running from his house.
They were picking a random direction. It was a panic response. Where would they have gone?
Was it? I mean, I've seen lots of panic responses. Yes, they were clearly panicked, but they still knew where they were going.
Have you ever had a panic attack?
Not me personally, but I have experience.
Then you can shut up, frankly. When you have one, you don't think, you react. You're not thinking ahead. Now, could I have handled it better? Yes, I could have. But it was more important that we get away collectively than take the time to calm them down. I'll apologise to them for that, but not about what I had to do to make sure we were all safe.
All right. I mean, as long as you talk to them and keep an open mind about the entire situation, I guess it should work out.
Yep.
Fennel is with him. So,
the dog.
Neither of them are alone.
Yeah, the dog was kind of a big giveaway on that. By the way, slide over the arm brace. That's for you.
Oh, okay. She takes it and puts it on. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I'm not mad that you lost your temper. Everyone does that. I'm not expecting you to be a perfect person at all times. Just be yourself.
Oh, hey, got a bus.
And don't feel the need to call me that. You're effectively
but
part.
you are a boss.
It's more my name's on the lease, okay? Like it's more of a partnership at this point. Look, you guys have any like if I was your boss, it wouldn't have been an equal split, would it?
Yeah, fair enough.
So keep that in mind if you want to call me out on my shit. I'm not going to be mad unless you cross lines. You didn't.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Still, sorry I yelled at you. I could have also handled that better.
It's literally the first time you've yelled and it was a stressful situation. You again, literally nothing to apologize for. God's sake, I've said worse to my mother, and she's a bitch. Oh yeah, speaking of parents, when's that thing? Because being a day.
Oh, it's like in half an hour.
Sorry, what?
It's in half an hour. That's why I came back. I was wondering if any of you wanted to accompany me. And she suddenly glances over to Thor's like, maybe, someone.
Yeah. I'll come.
Okay. Fawn, do you have other outfits?
She is still completely dirty from the sewers. And
Prestidigitation.
and also from before, from the corpse beholder. She hasn't cleaned herself up since then either.
Can I upcast prestidigitation?
Everyone has an advantage on perception checks to find Thorn because of the fucking rank ass stench
We should have considered
coming
that
off
one
of
of the sewers.
She dyed her hair brown. It is now black.
Yeah, again, I can quite literally clean all of that. Do I have to upcast a cantrip though?
No, over time it works. Over time it's fine. Yeah, you begin to head off. Sienna, you will see Snowbear just kind of just tug on your trousers and just kind of look up to you. And in the softest voice he can conjure,
I'm sorry about him. He gets a little stressed, and he may say things he doesn't really mean. I'll talk to him about telling you to shut up. That's not fair.
Well, like I said in there, he is technically my boss, so I think he gets to tell me that.
Well, he said he's not, so he doesn't.
Well, it still says it on paper, and so I'm still going to respect it.
Papers can be
Just
forged.
between the two of us. Well, yeah, but we didn't forge that one. We all signed it, so it's still a contract.
There is a little bit of forgery involved, since there's fake names in there, but yes,
Yeah, but
basically
mine and
right.
his aren't fake. Yeah, but mine and his aren't fake, so...
That's fraud, not forgery, to be very particular.
We're gonna
Just-
be late. Let's
Just
go.
don't feel stressed. You're going to see your family. Enjoy it. Try to, I guess.
Right.
Don't be nervous now.
Yeah, 0 nerves. By the way, did the Dane say that whether or not he's coming along?
But Dane assumed that it did not extend to him.
That was an open invitation. If you want to come, you can come.
It was again, this is what Fodane's took. You framed it as an open invitation and looked specifically at Fawn.
And she looked like between the two of you, but yeah, okay, primarily.
He doesn't come.
Yeah.
Okay. So Sienna and Thorn, the two of you, begin to leave and head to the spas, the family business, as that is where the dinner is being held. Two of you walk the streets, eventually find that it is almost immaculate. There is very little that can be seen in the ways of dirt and or misplaced items, and people who are still using the spas, because there is almost a section of it that is closed off, but there's still areas that are open to the people staying here. You can see them, the places where they walk are being mopped up by hand by people on their knees and hands, just like buffing behind their step. You see one person just kind of like step forward out of the spas and kind of look down, take another step. The guy just keeps washing every step that he leaves behind, just with a smile on their face. It just continues and continues. As you do arrive, you can see the Goliath that works here. He kind of sees you approach, and he's with someone else at the moment as well. You can see adjusting their kind of like outfit slightly. You see Theo, who's just kind of like a bit nervous. You see the Goliath looking down at him. Don't worry, you'll be fine. As he's just kind of like ensuring him everything's okay. Theo's just kind of, I don't know, I'm just a bit nervous. You're saying they already sat down inside? Oh, no. Oh, where's Sienna? Oh, God. As he's just kind of rubbing his forehead.
Sorry, are we too late?
Oh, Sienna, thank God. No, you're perfectly on time, as always. I just couldn't go through the doors without you. Quite nervous.
Yeah, big day. But you've got this. You can do this. I mean, you already told them. You just have to reaffirm your decision.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, but he's gonna be looking at me. He's just gonna.
I mean, yes, he will. But I mean, you've grown up with that. You're used to that. You can do this.
Oh, okay. All right, but okay. All right. He looks up and sees you, Thorn. Oh, you're here as well?
Is that a problem?
No.
Good.
Is she gonna kill me?
No. She's a friend.
Maybe.
Why would you?
It was.
You met her the other night. She's
Yeah, I know, but she's looking at me like I'm fucking gonna be eaten or something. I don't know.
Well, but you're not going to be eaten. Again, she's a friend.
Play your cards right.
She's not going to eat anybody.
Okay. Well, I guess that's kind of grounded me a little. Thanks, I guess. Okay. Let's go in.
Thorn kind of takes Sienna's hand first, and sort of lays back a bit, and she's just, are you sure I should be here?
Well, if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to go in with us. You could wait outside, and we could walk back together or something. Again, this is up to you. If you don't want to, you don't have to. It's not.
I'm here to defend.
Not something I'm gonna.
Sienna. I'm here to make sure that you're okay.
I'm not in any danger in this situation. I mean, they're my parents. It's all going to be fine.
If you say so. And you look very nice.
Thank you. You should let them braid your hair. It's very soothing, and they're very good at it.
No, I'm thinking about cutting it again. It's getting a bit long.
I mean, oh, definitely. I love your short hairstyles.
Do you like the brown? I thought it was different.
I do say I like the pink better, but I do also like brown.
I don't want to burst your guys' bubble. You're having a really very cute thing going on. Please don't hurt me. But we should probably go inside.
Yes, we shouldn't keep them waiting.
We're
It's not
already
going to make the situation more relaxed.
42, 43, 44 seconds late.
Yeah.
I
let's go.
really doubt they're counting.
He kind of looks at you with wide eyes.
Oh, maybe they are, but
Well, then
well,
go.
that's just head inside.
You walk towards the large double doors. You can see one of the kind of maitre d's that work here, dressed up in a suit and tie, pushes the door open for the three of you to enter. And we're going to have a break and pick up there in about 5 minutes or so, as you guys can prepare what you would like to discuss with them. And we'll also check in with both Fennell and Ven to see what they're up to. So 5 minutes, grab a snack. It's going to get very juicy. I'm sure.
Say it like that.
All right, see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Welcome back. So, as we last left off, both Sienna and Thorn, joined by Sienna's brother, have entered the room in where a family get-together, the Yarrow family, is having a slight lunch. So, as you enter through the doorway, this grand dining hall where you can see to the left and the right waterfalls cascading down and creating this very opulent looking, essentially dining area. Although the table in the center is very long, and you can see that there are only 4 seats that have been placed, as there was not a confirmation on if a extra party would be joining. But upon seeing that, Sienna, you watch as joining behind you, the Goliath, who looks after this establishment, is holding a chair and is kind of beginning to bring it with them. But you can see on this very long table, there is one person at the very end, and you can also see the backboard of another chair who has a figure sat in there as well. The 2 other chairs are directly in the middle and about a ways away from each other, opposite one another. It seems like those are your seats, but as soon as you enter, at least the doors open, you watch as both of the figures stand up from their chairs and they turn around to greet you. Now, Leonie, if you could please, if you have thought about it, if not, I can, describe what both your mother and father look like.
Yes, I absolutely can. Even though it's a mixture of the two, like you've given me most of the bases, but it doesn't matter. So there is 2 amalgams in the room. So 2 people that are made from parts of deceased people. And the female amalgam is essentially made up of 2 parts. In a way reminiscent of Hunter that we met with the circus, but clearly less of an arcane influence and more of a, well, biological influence, where it's clearly that parts are stitched together, the stitches still being obvious in her face. And one part of her is orc, and the other part is half wood elf. So it's very contrasting, and especially in her face, it's very visible. And then for the male amalgam, he could almost pass for a human, except for parts of his face, because he has his eyes are way larger than a normal human one's and completely black. No iris, no pupil, just pure black. As well as his hair, which grows in very thick green vines instead of natural hair. So all in all, a bit of a gruesome appearance, and they probably have a very neutral look on their face.
They are very well presented. You can see the 2 of them are wearing the finest of attire. The male gentleman is wearing a lovely opulent suit with almost like this blackened trim alongside almost like a darker green sort of velvet color to the exterior. He is on the other side facing the group. So he's probably about 10 meters away from the rest of you. Meanwhile, the one who turns and kind of gets out of their chair to look at the rest of you, you can see she is much more present and is quite slender, although the top of her head is almost quite muscular in the way, where the jaw, the bottom part, is that wood elf kind of texture of bark, whereas you can see stitching going along the side and up. The cheeks are heavier, and you can see the brow on the head is slightly larger than the rest of this very kind of teardrop-looking face. You can see as well the tusks that rise downwards, not upwards. You can see they almost pull down like a walrus in a way. And she kind of looks over the rest of you as well in a very elegant looking dress, tight fitted, and you can see the seams, the stitching that goes across her entire body where any sort of elements have been stitched together is almost like this golden thread that's been used as almost like a status of their wealth as well. As they turn around, you see the feminine figure look at the two of you and give a half curtsy bow. Welcome. Please, take a seat. And she gestures towards the center of the room. You watch as the Goliath, carrying the chair for Thorn, begins to step forward to place it somewhere down the middle, and you see she looks at him. No. They can sit next to me. You see the chair placed down where Sienna and Theo would be sat about 5 meters down of the table. A chair has been placed right next to this feminine figure for Thorn to sit. Theo kind of looks around. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Mr. Yarrow, Mrs. Yarrow. Pleasure to see you again. I will be taking my seat. You see, he just kind of walks over to the center of the room. There's no music. You can see there's just a couple of people standing by, maitre d's, to set the tables and move on to the next courses. But they watch idly with gloves, bright white gloves. Sienna, if you could roll a perception check, please.
Yes, I'd absolutely love to. Perception. Oh yeah, I'm so good at those. I always forget. 9.
Okay. Could you also roll an insight check?
I don't know. Can I roll an insight check?
I am equally bad at those.
Oh,
7. It got
Oh,
worse.
Jesus. Oh, no.
You are just caught up in the kind of fright of it all. As well, you're seeing the chair being placed down by the Goliath, and you're kind of unsure of how to react.
Yeah, Sienna's just gonna hover next to Thorn as she gestures for Thorn to sit down, and then she's just gonna go, yes, it is a pleasure to see you again. This is a friend of mine and a colleague, Thorn. Thorn, this is Emilia Yarrow, one of my adoptive parents, and this is Nicholas Yarrow, the other half to the Yarrow Corporation. And then she's going to take her own seat.
You take your seat in the center, leaving the seat next to Amelia empty for Thorn to sit. You see Nicholas, the male figure, doesn't seem to move in closer. He keeps standing just in front of the chair. And you can see with these large black eyes, you never know where he's truly staring, but you can see his head on occasion just flicker to the left or the right. And then you see he looks towards Amelia, and the two of them sit in the same timing. Thorn, you have the seat next to Amelia.
She's going to go sit by Amelia. She's going to take her seat.
You watch as cutlery are being brought to you now. And in the center of the table, there is this large, beautiful candle, like just candlesticks upon candlesticks rising upwards and outwards, but all in a singular line, all holding different colored candles, giving off different colored lights as they glow in this very decorated room. The waterfall cascading down either behind you and or in front of you. It just creates this almost sense of a hum in the air. You don't hear the rushing water, you just almost feel it just almost hitting against the glass. But yeah, you just see them both sit there and look around. Amelia will look towards you, Sienna. Sienna, please, if you could tell us how your adventures have gone so far. It has been 4 years, no?
Yes, it has. Well, my stay in Orderland was sadly cut short due to some disagreements. And then I met Thorn, and we travelled together. We saw lots of sights, mostly Stark-to-Cross area. We were in Trossola. I met with Antonia briefly. And then we travelled on an airship on the Cavalier. You might know it. There was discrepancies with some terrorist attack happening, and when we got here, we got involved in another one. Not very important. Small little terrorist attack, and I've found a new job here in the city. I work for a detective agency now.
You watch as this entire time, Thorn, you can roll a insight check now that you're close enough to her.
Gladly.
The talking to them over this large table is very difficult, and as well, you're hearing your voice almost reverberate off the walls and like bounce back and forth. To be met with like a silence is tricky, but you see she kind of looks at you, and food begins to get brought down, and she continues to listen. Thorn, you can see she's. I may as well roll for this. Okay. You see as she is listening attentively to what Sienna has to say, you can quickly see that there are eyes being cast up and down, and as well in, not directly, but you can see in the reflections of the stem of the candlestick that she is also looking at you in the reflections. And you can sense that there is almost judgment being cast. There's also
Thorn.
something else
Ooh, okay.
that you don't quite
What's
pick up on.
Something else. Uh-oh. Thorn is gonna basically ignore the looks of judgment. She's gonna hold her chin up high, and even though she's not dressed for it, she's gonna act as proper as she knows how to. Just ignoring whatever Amelia or Sienna's father have to look at her.
Okay. Sienna, you share all of this, and you now hear from the other side of the table, Nicholas. This is all very compelling. But you have what? Made yourself a sellsword.
Well, yes, technically, even though it's just one permanent position. Technically, and we're doing good for the city, so.
This city. It is a joke. Do not put your efforts into it. It will waste it. Is this what you wish to do
Well,
later in your life?
Well, maybe not forever, but it's a good start. I do think I want to stick with law enforcement. I enjoy seeing bad people brought to justice and helping people that need it. So.
I had looked into a bit of the places you've been, the little towns that you'd fought under the banner of Moridian, they all spoke fairly highly of you and your skill. Your name has traveled well. You've done good.
Thank you, sir.
You see, he kind of looks down for a moment and ask you again, Sienna, to roll another perception check.
What am I wrong? Oh boy, what the fuck?
Something's going
I
on
have
here.
loads of error messages on my screen and nothing else. I think you have to roll for me.
Lovely.
That's just like
Jesus.
15 error messages on the forge.
Oh my god.
Classic
Classic
Leonina.
Forge. Classic
What the
Forge.
fuck is happening?
Perception. I'll do it. Here we go. 11. You can notice that the waiters here every so often walk past Nicholas, and you see they are nervous, and they have a right to be. But they're probably nervous for, rather than attending the master of the business, more so something that they should be doing, but they aren't. That's all I can give you with an 11. There's just a nervousness amongst all of them.
He's gonna pay a bit closer attention to what they're serving, how they're carrying the trays, etc., etc.
Okay.
Just their general, if they're, as far as she knows, if they're doing everything correctly.
Could you please roll this time a investigation check? I'll give you an advantage now.
No, I cannot.
What's
I
going
can do
on?
it for you.
It's still.
It's okay. I'll do it for you. 20. That's exactly what you needed.
Oh,
You can see as the starters are being kind of brought through. There seems to be 7 courses that are coming their way. You've had the aperitif, now you're moving on to the starters. As you begin to go through this kind of convoluted menu of very kind of high-class meals, you notice that as they walk past the kind of just behind Theo and slightly to the left of him, there is a fork that's just left on the ground. You see that the staff here, they look at it. One of them goes down to grab it, but you see that another person's hand just taps theirs, and they just continue kind of walking around trying to play ignorance that it's there. With 20 as well, you can see that on occasion, I'd say, yeah, Amelia is looking at you and seeing what you'd do.
I'm gonna make eye contact with Theo
Mhm.
and just suddenly like do a
You
little
see
head
begins to
tilt.
choke on the food.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Is it too spicy for you?
No, I love it. It's great. This is really, I love the decor. It's all really nice. What's up?
Just gonna repeat the tiny little head tilt towards the ground, towards the side where the fork is.
You see, he kind of like looks around. You want me to get up and get it?
Is it, if I whisper towards him, are we far enough from the other two that they wouldn't hear what we're whispering? Like they would definitely hear we are whispering, but
You can definitely roll a stealth check or a sleight of hand.
oh boy, I'm gonna see if I can.
Roll to whisper.
you got
I
it.
cannot. I still
I can do it
pick up.
for you.
I can still not get back in.
Your stealth is higher, so I'll roll that for you. 12. You begin to kind of converse. Although you are the closest, because the room is so quiet, you try and like just get your point across, but in doing so, you have to kind of speak a bit louder or at least be a bit more vocal. And you watch as even Thorn, you notice that you can see Sienna just talking towards Theo as he's kind of like, oh, okay. The chair moves backwards. He gets off. As he begins to walk towards the utensil on the ground, you see Amelia just look over. What are you doing? Well, I'm just gonna get this fork that's on the floor. She kind of looks at him. That's not for you to do. Sit. And you just look as he looks towards you, Sienna, looks towards her, looks towards Nicholas. I'm just here. It's okay. I'll just go and. She just looks at him with this blank expression. Do I need to repeat myself? No, no. Sorry. You see, he gets back into the chair, drags it in again.
Thorn is gonna stand up. I'll get it.
Mhm.
And then she goes to pick up the fork.
You see, Amelia looks at you. No expression across her face. Just watches you pick it up.
Yeah, Sienna's just staring down at her plate. Yeah.
And Thorn's gonna go back to her seat and she's gonna place the fork on Amelia's plate of food.
Mhm.
There you go. Gonna sit back down.
Picks it up and looks at it and places it down next to a missing fork in her row of forks, which was not previously seen by anyone else. She adjusts it slightly. She looks at you, Thorn. So what's your story then?
Well, how long do you have?
She just doesn't respond.
Well, Sienna saved me from a terrible circumstance. That's all you need to know.
You see as she begins to say something, the doors open and a new meal is brought in and given to each one of you. I would just I've been meaning to say something. Whew, it's hot in here. I just wanted to you see he looks towards Nicholas. And then he just looks back down at the plate. And I'm really enjoying this meal. And just continues to eat.
Sienna just glances up at him from her plate, tries to give him like a reassuring, "You've got this," but not out loud. She's not saying anything, but she gives him like a little, "You've got this, look."
The ever so faithful. You see as Nicholas just sees you reassuring Theo always there for everyone. You have good heart, Sienna.
Uh, well, thank you. So I'm not sure what I'm doing to receive all these compliments, but thank you.
You watch as Amelia from across the table looks at Nicholas questioningly. It's true. You do have quite a good nature about you, Sienna. You've always been a perfectionist, always trying to fix. And I assume this is your new project? And she looks over to Thorn.
No, Thorn's not a project. Thorn is a friend of mine. And there's nothing about her that needs fixing.
Well, she said it herself. You're at least mending the wounds. And it could go much further.
What do you mean by that?
She just continues to eat.
If you're talking about giving me extra limbs, I will enthusiastically decline.
See, she raises an eyebrow. Is this what this is about?
Is this what you're trying to make it?
No. I was hoping to have a lovely dinner with my family.
I wouldn't call this lovely, but sure.
Where's your family?
Why do you care? Since
I
you have a
don't.
great one already. Well, then why ask?
Because you're invading mine.
Invading.
I asked her to come here. She's not invading.
But you did not ask me.
I asked if it was alright to bring.
And why does she need your approval?
She just looks at you. She doesn't say anything. She now changes her chair and looks at you.
Thorn just kindly smiles back.
What do you see here? Ever so observant.
Well, if you want me to be honest, you're not going to like what I have to say.
You see, she grabs a glass. Ting, 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 ting. She stands up. It looks as though our guest would like to share some words. Please. And she gestures down to you. Stand up.
Sienna's just looking at Thorn, shaking her head. No.
Yeah, Thorn's looking at her as well.
Have your legs
Nothing.
forgotten to work? Perhaps I could help you in changing them.
No. No, thank you. I don't want to be like you. And she remains seated.
Desserts come in, and as the dollies come by, the food is placed in front of you. She sits back down. Enjoy the meal. And she moves her chair back into its previous position. There is a silence for a while.
So, what brings you into the city?
You see Nicholas, I'll gesture. Well, it is a tradition for us to go and visit the different establishments we have across the continent to ensure that it is being kept up to scratch and to see if it is worth keeping. From what I can tell,
Well, I stayed here for a few nights, and it was absolutely lovely. Very welcoming staff, and it was very cleanly, and yeah, it was very nice here.
He looks up towards the Goliath, who is standing idly to the side. Sienna says that your establishment is very nice. Very nice. I would tend to agree. You watch as the Goliath grows slightly nervous. Very nice. And continues to eat his dessert. But we have plenty of friends to visit whilst we are here. It has been a long time since both myself and Amelia have seen Lerons. We will be making a trip throughout.
Who might you be visiting?
You hear from Amelia, now she wishes to speak.
Can I not be
Well,
curious?
we will be visiting Siftos. He has not been there for a long time. It is where we first met. Special place in heart. But towns and villages outside to see if we can make a new Coastal Delights elsewhere. It is always quite tricky to bring a Coastal Delights to the coast. We are best looking inland for potential no builds. But we also have investors. Expansion needs coin to move forward. So we will be paying them visits as well.
See.
Dessert's coming to an end now. There is definitely an air of tension at the dinner table, which is palpable. You can see Theo is almost fallen into himself, not really responding or saying much, just kind of looking down at his plate and eating away. What's Sienna doing?
Yeah, Sienna is every so often glancing in between 3 points. She's every now and again sending looks to the staff, checking if they are having any issues. Still fairly nervous about that. And then she's looking at Thorn, checking if, is everything all right with her? Is she still holding up? And then looking down at her plate again. So she's essentially every now and again looking up and then looking down at her plate again and only answering direct questions. And yeah.
I will say,
Highly uncomfortable.
Sienna knows Thorn well enough to know that Thorn is hanging on by a thread. She is pissed. But she's keeping it together.
Yeah.
As dessert comes to an end, they begin to take the plates away, and you watch as they pick up the plates next to Nicholas. They grab them, and you see that the guy who's serving them, extremely nervous. You watch as he grabs the plates, and he drops them. They smash onto the ground. You watch as Nicholas.
Sienna's immediately out of her seat and rushing over to help. Immediately.
Nicholas doesn't react to it. It's almost like he expected it to happen. And you watch as he grabs a cup of wine, a goblet, and you hear him just whisper underneath his breath, "Very nice indeed." And he finishes his glass. Sienna, you rush down. You watch as the rest of the servers begin to rush in and help you. But you see as Amelia puts up her hand. No. She can deal with it.
Thorn
And she
is
looks at
gonna-
you, Thorn.
Yeah, she's gonna speak up. She's sort of gonna lean back in her chair, like, so, do you treat all your children like servants? Or is it just Sienna?
Yeah, Sienna immediately freezes up where she's on the ground, like gathering the plates and stuff, and she immediately freezes up. Just keeping very still.
You see Amelia looks at you. She strives for perfection. Is there something so wrong with that? You are far from perfect.
This isn't about me, is it? This is about her. From what I know, her mother worked for you. Do you see her as the same? Not even as a true daughter? How long has she picked up your messes for you, and you just let it happen? Why doesn't Theo help? Why don't you get off your ass and help? Just a question.
Why don't you help?
Sorry for that. She does not quite know what she's saying. I apologize.
She does. She knows exactly what she's saying. She's saying her words very carefully. And I ask you this. Why don't you help her get on your knees, like the rat you are?
Rat. Threat's coming from you. And she'll get up. And she'll go help Sienna.
You don't have to help me with this.
I will not let them belittle you.
Please sit back down.
They can belittle me, that's fine. I don't care. I care about you and how they treat you.
Can both Thorn and Sienna roll insight checks?
Oh boy.
Let's see if I can. Oh my god, I'm back.
Yay. Let's hope it's good.
Hello, Wi-Fi. It just needs to load.
Jesus. I can't. I don't know why I'm getting such good rolls. This is crazy. It's weird. I don't know how to feel about it.
It's not loading quickly now. Oh, wait, there it is. Sienna, open up.
You got it. You got
we
this.
believe in you.
I can do this.
Nope.
Sorry.
Is 6. I do not got this.
Sorry.
Thorn, as you
Mhm.
approach at the side of Nicholas where the plate had dropped, you can see he looks straight ahead. But you can see his hand, one which is gripping the side of the chair, the other grabbing the goblet. As you can see, his face is very calm, collected, drinking and smelling this wine, which is very pungent. You can see the other hand is gripped into the chair, and you can see the metal of the very curl of it is bending backwards as he's forcing it, as though restraining himself from acting out.
I think Thorn is gonna take a handful of the glass. She's gonna stand up. She's gonna put it in his drink.
Mm-hmm. So, how about we discuss as he places his goblet to the side? You grab the glass into the drink.
Whoops.
What do you think you're doing? Sienna's just gonna grab Thorn's hand and like push her behind her.
She's making eye contact with Nicholas.
You see, he doesn't look at you. He looks straight ahead, stops what he was about to say.
Oh.
See, he
Pardon.
drinks the goblet. Then his attention turns to you. My wife, she can have a wicked tongue. The reason for it is because it is clear that you yourself are not welcoming of our kind. You're not the first person to glance looks, to stare off, focus on who we are. I can exhibit restraint because I know that the world is scarred and everyone has their views. But you look at us as though we are monsters.
It's because. Oh, fuck. Shit. Huh? Give me 1 second. Let's talk in a second. Sorry. It's my cue. She'll just say, well, it's because my friends and I didn't get the luxury of dying before we were cut apart and put back together. So, looking at you and knowing that there are creatures like you that have been in less fortunate circumstances, I can't help but hate you.
This sort of mindset cannot be changed. This is who you are. And that is fine. People are different. You just have to adjust to the times.
No. I'm not adjusting. Things like you should never have existed. You seem like a lovely man. Your wife. I can't say the same. But you disgust me. And for that, I am sorry.
Do not be sorry when you do not mean it. It shows weakness. Just admit to your disgust.
I hate you. I hate you for everything that you are. And I hate that you can be free while my friends can't.
You hear Amelia. Well, perhaps you can share where your little diced up friends are. We can put them to good use. And that's what we do. Put together the broken and make it perfect. So please, I can help bring your friends back together. They may look a little different. Do you wish to give a hand? Might help.
Thorn's eyebrow twitches and she's clenching and unclenching her fists. Sienna. It's about to get bad. I think I should go.
Yeah, yes. Maybe that would be. I'm pretty sorry about this.
Don't be. And Thorn's gonna attempt to leave with Sienna.
No, Tina, stay.
1 second. Yeah, that's my cue to leave. So I actually gotta go.
Yeah.
And Thor will just look a tiny bit betrayed, but then she'll walk outside of the seating room. And bye.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
See you next week.
We're losing them one by
Yeah,
one.
bye.
Like flies.
Yeah.
Jesus.
One.
One by one they fall. And then there were three. Thorn, you watch as Amelia looks back towards the doorway, gestures to the maitre d's that stand just idly. They then, at her command, open the doors, and you watch as Thorn just leave. The door closes. Dinner continues to be had. As you now finish off the meal, there is no more food to be had. And the four of you just sit there contemplating what happened. You watch as Nicholas gets another glass full of wine and continues to just drink and sit. Theo is just completely shut off. You can hear him just like whispering, like rambles under his breath. Oh, well, I could talk about this, or not sure, might cause some issues. Getting up in his own head. Amelia, she's just watching, looking around. And she's staring at you, Sienna. What is Sienna thinking at the moment?
Sienna's very torn between apologizing for Thorn's behavior and questioning why they were being so rude. So she's just sitting there and saying nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But because she doesn't know what she would be saying if she opened her mouth, she doesn't want to risk it.
Mm-hmm. She looks at you. Don't feel like that you cannot speak your mind here. Please. We are family. You may share your burden with us.
Well, you could have been a bit less direct, maybe. The topic of her friends is a rather sensitive one, and well, yeah, you could have maybe been less direct about it.
I have no patience for stubbornness. She is clearly grown with a chip on her shoulder. No matter what I said, no matter how I looked, this conflict would have been the same. I only apologize that she ruined a nice, quiet meal. If you see otherwise, then please share.
No, I don't.
You see, she lets out a sigh. She looks at the two of you. All that we have given you, and yet, no matter what you've been taught, no matter how much time and effort we put into making you who you are, you still find yourselves hollow. You sit there as if you cannot speak your mind. You hold your tongue. You are complacent. I do not know what more we could have given you. With Antonia's words and clearly the demonstration of the two of you here today, there is a lack of method. I expected much more from the two of you.
I don't quite understand what we're doing wrong. I'm sorry. You're confusing me.
See Nicholas look over in your direction. Do not say sorry. And if I have to be brutally honest, although we gave you everything, perhaps there was a secret ingredient that you really needed. Perhaps we are not fit for this position. He looks towards you, Sienna. I remember your mother very well. So caring, so full of love. And a heart. And he looks over to Amelia. Of gold. But there are some things that you cannot teach, bestow. He stands up. He looks towards Theo. Theo, I know that you want to leave the family. You may leave. You are free of any burdens that the Yarrow name would carry. I don't know how you know this, but okay. And with that, you do not have our name. You do not have our privileges. Your coin will be taken away from you. And everything that you have built. You will start like the rest of everyone else, with nothing. I wish you good luck. Sienna, do you still carry the Yarrow name with pride?
Yes, always.
Then do not be a sellsword. There is much more you can be doing. Build a name for yourself. Don't be the pawn of someone else. And stop apologizing. He then begins to leave. He walks and stands beside the Goliath. He whispers into his ear. You see the Goliath. His stony complexion turns slightly grayer as he nods. Understood. Amelia, we must be leaving now. She stands up. Well, to the next family reunion, Sienna. Theodore, good luck. And the two of them leave. Door closes, and it's just the two of you left in the room. Theo looks up at you. Wow, everything, huh? Well, I guess I got what I asked for. Okay. Well,
Yeah. If you need anything, tell me. Like
yeah.
a place to sleep or something.
I'll have to figure out what I have left from the reserve because my tuition, everything, was through the family. So I'll let you know. I'll let you know what happens. You see, he walks over to you and gives you a hug.
Yeah, she just melts into the hug. Hugs him back. That was intense.
Yeah. Super. Let's not do this again. I won't be
not
there.
anytime soon. Yeah, you won't.
You're still my sister.
Knowing my luck, I get Antonia in the room next time.
Well, hopefully better than Mercy. She can be a little bit merciless.
Quite the contradiction.
Mm.
Well,
Okay. Well, I'll see you soon. You look really nice. You should keep your hair like that. And you see he leaves. You're now left there with the Goliath. And you just see the Goliath stand there defiantly.
I'm sorry for all of this. You really didn't have to see that. That was embarrassing. I hope I shouldn't have said anything. I hope you're down closing the establishment.
Everything will be fine. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a pleasure, Sienna.
Right. Yeah, I'll get going then. Yeah, and then she heads back to the agency.
Mm-hmm. You head back to the agency. Awkward dinner finished. We will go back to Ven and Fennell. It is midday. It is. How long are you guys spending here? Are you going to actually spend the night here, or?
Well, they were going to the other tavern?
Yes. You find the other tavern. It's about 1 silver piece for the room. But what are you guys ending up doing? Are you going to go straight to kind of like partying, or what's the plan?
Well,
What's
is there music?
What's the
There's
area
a bit of
like?
music. Yeah, so downstairs it's kind of like this more decorated, a bit more lively sort of tavern with a performing area. There is also kind of like a downstairs space, which seems to have a bit more of like a burlesque dancing going on, but that you have to pay for extra. But you can see there's people entertaining, people on the stage doing different things. Seems to be like an open mic, but as well you can see performers just like going up. On occasion, you just see this like comic go, "Hey, hi, nice to see you all again." You just hear everyone groan. Oh, this guy. Hi. Why did the chicken cross the road? You suck. Get off. That's not the answer, sir. And you need to stop. Can you stop saying that when I go on stage? And you just hear him begin to have an argument with one of the people who have shouted at him. But it's up to you guys. What do you end up doing?
Ben's gonna stop as they kind of enter in and take in the atmosphere, and he's gonna turn back to Fennell. This might sound a bit silly, but could we just pretend that none of the past is here and we're just two people hanging out?
That sounds perfect to me. I'll turn to the bartender and just ask him, what's a really exciting thing to do tonight or this afternoon?
Oh, there's the burlesque downstairs. There's also private rooms, if that's what you're looking for. They do group activities as they kind of look at the two of you. But if you're looking for a bit of thrill, there's some activities outside. I don't have a map. I'm not a tour guide, so I can't really recommend much. But what is it you're looking for? What sort of interests do you have?
We're unfamiliar with the city. We had a stressful morning, and we want to take our mind off of it.
Yeah, just some fun.
Some fun? Don't really know if there's much fun around here, but sure, there's a little bit of like axe throwing down the road. You could get involved in that if you want.
Sounds great. Sounds like we can throw some stuff, and it'll vent. So let's go. Where's that roughly?
It's the demolitions outside. It's just down the road, really.
Great. All right, let's go.
All right, I've never thrown an axe before, but I guess we're doing that.
Neither have I.
Okay. You follow the instructions on where to go, and you can see there's a place which is almost like a bit of a junkyard. You can hear like things getting smashed, things getting broken, high walled fence going around the perimeter. As soon as you go through the entranceway, you can see there is a large pot-bellied individual. The sign above says Dan's Demolitions, and you can see that this kind of like orcish figure looks down at the rest of you. Hey, what is it I can do for you? Is you looking to vent some steam, some anger?
Yep. Absolutely.
Do you have your own things to bring and destroy, or you looking to rent out some pieces?
Oh, I think we're looking to rent out some stuff. We haven't got anything on us to destroy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what are you looking to? Because we have some personalized, at least, accessories we can make for you. I have a sculptor around back. They are really quick with what they make. If there's an X that has been giving you hassle and you want to just, beat the living shit out of it, by all means, I can get that done. You just have to give a description on their likeness, and that can be arranged for you, lickety split. But as well, if you're looking to just destroy, then that's just a general admission fee. No problem at all.
How do you feel? Do you want something specific or just nondescript items?
Just nondescript items.
Just
On the
point
fact
us
of the-
towards some stuff we can break. That's all we need.
Okay, well, that'll be 5 silver pieces each. I'll give you a handful of items you can take, and there's plenty of weapons to use, so feel free to let out your anger. As well, you can, well, don't know if you can, but if you want to use any sort of spells, firearms, just go for it. I don't really give a shit.
Right. Okay, thank you.
But just to be aware that any sort of damage that happens in there bodily to yourselves, you all just waver that away. Yeah, that's okay.
You not have any protective gear?
Yeah, we should probably think about that. Usually people who come in here are a bit of psychopaths and they like to get hurt anyway, so I can get you something if you like.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
Some goggles at least.
You see he pulls out this kind of like metal just sheet. Here you go. You can use it as a shield. Any goggles? Let me see what's in here. You see him beginning to go through all the junk. That's just
Right,
left inside.
you don't have to. It's fine.
Oh, here you go. Oh, this is for a cyclops. I guess you could cover one eye.
It's all right. It's fine.
Okay, well, have fun.
Thanks.
You head around the back and you see just this kind of like mountain falls of just crap. You can see parts of destroyed automatons, creatures that have been like put together and assembled. You can see bits of like sparking energy in areas. Even arcane powered items are here, but left dull. You see swift drifters, you see the exoskeletons, all elements of what has shaped this city. You can find just here laid as like a skip. There are other people here. You can hear them just going crazy. You hear one person go, as he's just kind of like losing his fucking mind, just destroying. Me destroy, I like destroying. As he just keeps going in with this like hammer against some just like metal bar, not really doing anything.
Ben's just thinking in his head, like, man, we really should have gotten the dancing route.
Great. This was a good start. There's a good start.
Yeah.
We can vent out some stuff, and then we'll do something a little bit more civilized.
Sounds good, actually. So are we all in the same room, or is it like separate?
It's a large open space, so you're not having to deal with them directly. You can see as well there's different like weapons left around. There's axes, there's large, heavy, like bludgeoning weapons, like a club. You can even see like parts of the machinery have been used as a weapon makeshift that people are just slamming against stuff. You also see one person here who seems to be in like a large trench coat and has like a firearm in both hands. And you see he's just kind of like just like firing left, right, and center, but he's missing. He thinks he's hitting, but he's missing.
That's comforting.
Right, so well away from the guy randomly shooting.
Yep. So
Grab a sledgehammer and swing at that random item.
is the Fennel saying that to Ben, or is he doing that?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. And you'll point at just something that's like a few steps away.
Here it goes, I guess. Ben grabs the hammer.
Roll a melee attack, please. So this is your strength.
He's
Do you
gonna
have-
drop that hammer. He's a -1, so I don't know if
Do you have proficiency in simple weapons?
dagger, dart, sling, quarterstaff, and light crossbow.
Okay, so no.
Yeah. Yeah.
This will be a d20 -1.
Oh, okay. So I'm not rolling my strength, or it's just
It is a strength, technically. 'cause
yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have
But you're not
proficiency.
adding proficiency.
Yeah, I mean the proficiency is -1, guys. So
Oh no, the proficiency would be +3, but yeah.
oh, yeah, I get you.
Okay, you pick up the hammer. You just kind of like lose the will halfway as the weight of the hammer just like you pick it up with all that gusto and then you begin to like.
I forgot
pant.
how heavy that is.
Right, okay. Maybe we'll start you on a smaller hammer.
Sure.
And Fennel will just find like a handheld one, like you would use for the making repairs, building stuff.
Okay, you hand it to Ven.
I try again.
Go for it. This time we'll say you can add your proficiency.
Sure. So just count this +3.
Hey. We're
Now it's
breaking
something-
things.
Now it's something a bit more your style. You kind of like grab it and describe to us how and what Ven hits.
Girl, what is in front of me? What is Fennel point to?
Okay, so you just like rage out, rush over to the first thing in front of you. It's just like this half discarded automaton. You can see its head just kind of like dangling the jaw, just hanging loose, wires throughout.
Just imagining it's Frederick's head, just like
Yeah.
get his.
You now roll a d4.
Yep.
This is going to be -1. Okay, so this is the damage you deal. So it's 1 -1. You can't deal 0 damage, so you deal 1 damage. You run over, ding, kind of like reverberates in your hand a little bit. You see the hinge of the mouth just and falls off. But you do see that kind of like flash moment where you saw Frederick's face just there, open and wide for the kill, and you just kind of like locked it into his head. But by the time your hammer goes down, it's just the metallic sheen and just bounces off, leaving a dent.
Hey, if it was somebody's head, it would have been fatal. I don't know how Sienna does this all the time. This is difficult. You go now. I'm done embarrassing myself for the moment.
Alright, okay. Show you how it's done.
All right.
Fennel will grab the sledgehammer.
Oh shit! Okay, do you have proficiency in simple weapons? I think so.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be a strength check with proficiency.
So +3 to this.
Oh my god!
23.
Grabs the
Go
sledgehammer.
fuck yourself.
Do you hit the same thing?
Sure.
Okay, D4, please. Oh my god! You watch as Fennel just caves in the head.
Fucking
Boom! The metallic head just pushes in all the way inside the body. pulls back the sledgehammer. You've just made your first kill.
Oh, yeah.
Forge has favorites.
How did you do that?
It's so obvious. I swear.
I just swung. It's just swung I just aimed for the head. I swung. I didn't think about it.
I don't think I'm really good at swinging things.
Oh, okay. Do you want to try throwing something? Do you want to try like an axe? Do you want to try stabbing something?
Could try a dagger, maybe.
The guy did say you could use spells.
Is that really a good idea with Frederick and all?
Well, if you're doing a simple spell.
Oh, right. And he's gonna firebolt the automaton.
Okay, roll a spellcasting ability then.
Yup. 14.
14, that's going to hit. It's stationary, so roll for damage.
9.
The flames just fly out of your hand. You begin to heat up the metal armor as this large scorch mark begins to turn black across the rest of it. You watch as this element, which is at the base of a mountain full of trash, you watch as it begins to melt away, and you see as the tower begins to
Uh-oh.
begins to fall down not too far in front of you. I'd need the both of you to roll dexterity saving throws.
Oh, dear.
20.
Oh, get out. Get out. Get out. You show off.
Just takes a single step to the side.
Just does 2 front flips.
It's just insane. I just don't get it. I just don't get it at all.
There's going to be a point as
And
campaign.
like I said, Forge
luck
is
completely
playing
fucked.
favorites.
When you like fling this firebolt, it begins to burn at the base. This mountain of trash just begins to rush down like a river. Then you run as fast as you can, running it, and you're just like barely keeping in front of it as it's like trailing and like catching your heels on occasion, and you just make it to the other side. Whereas Fennell, you just kind of like see there's like a metallic board on there, and you just like jump onto it and you surf the entire thing down as you just kind of like just very Hawaii 5-0 surf down all of this trash, and then find yourself at the same point as Ven, kicking up the board, holding it in hand, and you've made it both on the other side.
Show off.
Sorry, I couldn't resist the opportunity.
You know, for a diplomat, you're really good at the whole fighting bit.
Oh, I never really liked the politics side of it. I always wanted to be outside. It's more of a job I've got pushed into rather than a job that I chose.
Can I see if he's being honest, DM?
Okay, you can roll an insight check. Frey, you can roll a d20, add whichever one you're using.
Fuck my life, bro. I hope you roll a 1.
Wow.
Would be bad.
I was
After
gonna
nat
say,
20?
What am I rolling?
Just roll a
against it?
d20.
Just a d20.
Okay.
Fuck.
You don't glean anything from him then.
Okay. Well, at least you're outside now.
Yeah. Much prefer this. That's why I took the job to travel and meet people and do all this. So much better than being cooped up in an office.
I
For
suppose so.
now, when Ven had kind of like paused for a moment upon your response, there was this kind of feeling that you have that they are trying to like detect something more in your words. There is almost I wouldn't say a mistrust, but just a trying to ensure that you aren't hiding anything from them. You do pick up on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Curiosity.
Insight checks go both ways.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your plans for the rest of the afternoon/evening? Spend a little bit of time here. Go anywhere else?
Mm,
You do have the Swift Drifters, don't forget.
we do, but they're back at the office.
They are. Yeah. They're in the storage
And
room.
man doesn't want to go back.
We could have a little walkabout. The burlesque sounds interesting.
Sure. This is Robbie speaking, who is English is in his first language. What the fuck is a burlesque?
It's a teasing dance performance is probably the best way to describe it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So, as the two of you spend the afternoon, begin to kind of partake in some of the more nightly activities, you watch the show. It is beautiful dancing by a trio of people who are kind of like on the stage doing this kind of very in sync dance. You can see they're wearing like heavy feathers across their shoulders, down on their arms, as well as they seem to have draped like jewelry going down and hanging across their body as they just begin to dance. And you can see the jewelry almost acts as like hoops around their body, whereas they spin and dance. You can see they almost create this like hula hoop effect as they go around them, as they begin to like spin in place and whatnot. But the two of you enjoy a bit more of a laid back evening. Leonie, what is Sienna doing towards the later part of the afternoon?
Thinking, honestly. I think she'd just go back to the agency. She would have a talk with Thorn, but Thorn isn't here.
Yeah.
So we're going to move that to whenever both of us are here again. Yeah. So I guess she just spent the evening potentially cleaning up around the agency, because that's her coping mechanism.
Okay.
Yeah, doing that.
All right. Then, if there's not much else to be done this evening, yes, Van.
I wanted to do more things before we go. At one point, Ben's gonna ask Fennel if he wants to dance, if there's still music going on in the tavern.
There is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm for now dance.
Perhaps you could teach me, because last time I embarrassed myself a bit in front of Celeste.
Well, I can teach you what Celeste taught me.
You're telling me you didn't know how to dance?
Not really, no.
What do you not know how to do?
There's a lot I don't know.
Name one thing.
I don't know how to do... Well, actually, I kind of know how to do magic. I mostly don't know how to do magic.
Unbelievable.
I can do one spell. That's it.
That's still more than others.
It's not a lot.
Still. Well, come on then. Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, and but I will take Van and show him the moves that Celeste taught for now.
Okay. Please roll an acrobatics check.
Both of us?
When...
Or just...
Yes, both of you.
Oh, God.
Oh my god! He's insane!
Oh my god, I hate you. I hate you.
I
Roll the
swear to
19.
fucking
You
God.
want to get
How? Did you
action
write
because
the
you're
website?
teaching me, please.
Jesus Christ. No,
Like,
that's not how it
Cassie's
works.
not even here to get mad. Who are
I
you
know.
showing off for?
31, my guy. That's insane. Oh. Then I'm going to need you to roll a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. No. Okay.
It's not my day, bro.
You begin to dance alongside Fennell. Fennell leading you through the dance. It's a slight waltz back and forth, and you are no longer in the burlesque area downstairs that has since closed as it's now into the later part of the evening. As the two of you begin to dance in the main kind of entertainment space, you can see the music begins to grow slightly slower and slower as you just kind of waltz back and forth. On occasion, then you kind of step in the wrong place, but you see Fennell like nonchalantly leans into it as if it was meant to be. And on occasion, you think, oh, is that me misstepping, or is that him like overcorrecting? Oh, I don't know. But you dance back and forth, and as the two of you are there, you then begin to look around. You can see that there are other people that have joined you. There's about 6 other people that are just in this kind of slow, rhythmic dance back and forth, all seemingly couples.
As Ben's noticing that and his missteps, he's definitely starting to get a bit flustered and probably making a few more missteps as that's happening.
Fennell, you begin to notice.
Fennell will try and slow down the tempo, just to allow a bit more time, a breathing space between the steps and between the different moves.
Sorry, there's just a lot of people here now.
That's okay. It's just they don't matter. They're enjoying the evening just like we are.
Right, yeah. Just like we are. Thank you for today. It was very nice.
That's all right. We needed a break from all the stuff that's been happening.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things have happened since we arrived here. I would argue even before that, but...
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm glad I met you.
I know you. It's been nice to enjoy these things with somebody else.
Yeah. I haven't had the chance to be this happy in a long while. So, thank you again.
Yeah. Thank you.
You are too sweet sometimes.
Funny. Most people say I'm quite salty.
Shut up, and Ben like elbows him a little bit. You and your puns. If you ask me, they're a bit fishy.
Clearly it's rubbing off.
A bit. Do you want to go upstairs? Just rest for the night?
Sure. That sounds good.
5 silver for the room?
Yes.
Yep. Math. Okay.
Math.
Shut up. Okay.
I
Ben's
can easily take 5 silver off.
Oh, I already took it off.
Okay.
It's fine.
So the two of you head upstairs, seeing as the party's still going on. You still hear that lulling music as you go up the stairs, and it still echoes slightly through the rooms as well. The room that you find yourself in is much brighter, much cleaner than the one that you were in before. A better place to kind of lay your head down for the evening. But yeah.
Ben's gonna sit down, and he still looks nervous, and he keeps like glancing up at Benel.
Is there anything else that's bothering you?
Not really bothering. I feel like I trust you, but I don't really know why. I mean, I know why you help me out a lot. It's just I feel like I don't know a lot about you.
Well, there's a lot that's strange about me and where I come from.
I'm pretty strange too, you could say.
Yeah, I'd say I'd agree with that. But it's interesting to get to know you. I'm curious.
I'm curious too.
Well, 2 more days getting to know each other.
That's true. Well, I did like hearing about your home. Other than the scary monsters part that want to eat you.
Oh, they're not too bad. They're not, in the city, or it's not like they attack the city. You really have to go out of the way to find those.
So you went out of your way to find those.
Well, I wasn't looking for them, but I was out of the city and looking for other stuff. Traveling between cities.
I see. Well, at least I know you're not actively looking for those things.
Nah, as kids, we always talked about looking for the monsters and conquering them, as kids do, but no one really goes looking for them. Well, some hunters do. They're quite delicious.
Delicious?
Mm.
You eat those?
Sometimes, yeah. It's a lot of meat. There's a lot of meat on them. Feed a lot of people.
Different cultures, I guess. Suppose people on the land eat weird stuff too. I will not judge. Although I don't know how sentient mimics are.
No, didn't like the mimic.
Not at all. Man's gonna sit down on the bed. Wish I could have washed off the freaking sewer water off of me.
So no shower here?
I don't really feel like doing that. Maybe tomorrow.
Well, you can always ask Thodane to clean it off you with its magic. Pretty handy.
Considering last time we saw each other, he told me to fuck off. I don't know how on what we're on right now.
Well, hopefully he's apologizing and offering to clean you.
Don't say it that way.
What way? That's exactly what it is.
I suppose. Has Vanel sat down as well, or is he still?
No, Fennel will sit.
Well, despite the sewer water, I hope you don't mind. And Van's gonna give him a hug.
No, not at all. I think I still smell as well anyway.
He's just gonna stay there for a bit. Well, Tomorrow's a big day.
That's tomorrow's problem.
True. Anything else you want to do before we head off to sleep?
No? Enjoying your company? You're wanting to head to sleep? Then that's fine.
Sure, yeah. I think I'm pretty spent for the day. Man's gonna lay down. Make space for Fennel.
For now, we'll lay down.
Good night. And he's gonna inch a bit closer, but not too close.
Yeah, for now, we'll happily enjoy the contact or the closeness.
Fall asleep.
Okay. So the two of you fall asleep in each other's arms. I'd say for Fennel, for brief moments, you could see the flash of white, shadowy eyes looking from the top hand corner of the room. But they fade away as you blink. The
Nice.
two of you rest, and Leonie, anything else that you wish to do before a long rest?
Well, I would wish to have conversations. I mean, I guess since she had a moment with Snowbear, is Snowbear around the office?
He is, yeah.
So you said you had experience with meeting parents.
Oh, yes. I've met tons.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you do if it went horribly?
Oh, that bad?
Yeah, things were said by all parties, and it was
Oh,
it was rough.
tough one. Well, really depends on your relation with them. And for what I can
With who?
tell,
With the parents or with the person that was introduced?
well, I already know what Thorn's like, so
Yes. Yeah. True.
it's a hard one. I've met different parents before I met Thordane. It's been many weeks on a shelf, watching and waiting, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
But parents, they have a different way of looking at things. They don't see you as you are now. They see you as when you arrived into this world. That image
Right.
can never leave their minds. So whatever they say now, they're saying it to a child, a baby version of you. If those words are wicked, then perhaps they've always been so. It's just you are older now to see the difference. What I've learned is that no matter how the saying goes, where blood is thicker than water, I find that you make your blood wherever you go.
Well, I am not blood related with them.
It's a frame of speech.
Right.
You get what I'm trying to say, though.
I think so. Yes. But I think it's a good thing that Dane decided to not come along. I think that would have ended quite badly.
Well, sometimes Dane isn't good at everything. He likes to think he is, but he isn't. And it's...
Oh, no, I'm sure he would have done amazingly. I'm just more worried about my parents and how...
Oh, no. He's terrible when it comes to parent dialogue. Awful.
Oh.
He's the worst.
Right, yeah. Ben did seem very weirded out when they came back from meeting his parents.
Yes, well, the family there are very strange, but I probably wouldn't say they're too far off your own. From what I can glean between the lines, his family were very harsh on him. Essentially, he was never existed, to put it in broad terms at least. They still fed him, bathed him, sometimes congratulated him, but that's beside the point. I've seen how that family dynamic works. And although they are different, not nice on the exterior, I'm sure they have a lot of fond memories. Because if they didn't, then why do they keep you around? You know? Especially if you were adopted.
Well, okay. Yeah, you've given me things to think about. Thank you.
I am also a teddy bear, and I'm making all of this up as I go along. So I'm not the best.
Yeah. By the way, how are your hands doing? Do you want them removed again, or have you...
I think they're not really working. So if you could just...
Yeah, that's what... I was fairly drunk when I made them. If you ever want me to try again when I'm not drunk, we can try that.
That would be great. And if we could implement some sort of pulley system, where I can, I don't know, pull and pick things up at the same time. I don't know.
Like, yeah. We can try and figure something out.
Would you like a hug?
Yeah.
Come here.
Yeah. She is now cuddling for Dane's teddy bear.
Mm-hmm. You see, he kind of like he hugs him. It's quite like a soft hug. You see, he just kind of like pats on the back.
Don't worry, just let it all out.
How?
Well, his fingers are just
How?
like.
What does he
resting.
grow to do that?
Well, he's just like
But
resting his fingers.
But what? How big is he? What's going on?
It's
How is he
about that
patting
big.
me on the back? Am I
Tapping you with his fingers, his numb fingers.
Okay.
Just let it all out.
Yeah, thanks. That helped. Right, let's see about what we can do for your fingers.
And then she's gonna try with a way more sober mind to figure out a way for him to maybe potentially have practical fingers.
Okay. I'd like you just to roll a your tools proficiency to see how well you can plan this out.
Okay. Would that be dexterity?
This will be using your intelligence.
Oh.
So intelligence plus proficiency.
Yes. Plus 3. No.
14. Okay. You begin to plan it out to get the necessary kind of stuffing and needle and thread that will kind of work for this. you just begin to plan the kind of broad line of it all, and begin to kind of stitch together the ways that this could work. With all of this said and done, it does take you the evening, and by the time that the later part of the day comes around, you find yourself slightly kind of falling and dozing off, and you all begin to have a long rest. Now,
Yay.
after a long rest, as morning arises, what's your plan?
Who? Which
Well,
one? All of us?
we-
All of you, as a group, what's your plan?
Good question.
If Fennel wakes up first, he would see that Ben is hugging him in sleep,
Mhm.
attached, like a leech.
Yeah, no, Fennel will won't change that or get out of it. Enjoy it.
Also, another thing is that the shadow dog is now just like a few butterflies around the room.
Mhm. Just hanging on against the walls, and then eventually just flying off to the side. Still quite big for a butterfly, but they are just kind of there. Every so often, you just see the shadow just close and open.
Wakes up eventually. Oh, good morning. Immediately attaches.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Do you sleep well?
DM. Was it a good
You tell me.
For the first time ever, we have characters sleeping well.
I'm assuming he had no nightmares, so
I didn't
I'll
describe
say
any.
good. Actually, for once.
Good. Yeah, good. I did too.
I'm glad. Should probably get breakfast and get back to everyone soon.
Yeah, let's go find out where the rest of them are.
Hopefully still alive and Thorn hasn't had a bomb went off.
Well, hopefully she hasn't been tempted to use them.
Hopefully. Well, do you want to get breakfast first or do you want to go straight there?
Oh, let's get something to eat.
Alright. Get
All right.
breakfast at the tavern.
You have
I will
breakfast
say
at the
Ven's not
tavern.
in his disguise currently.
You're still in Ven form.
Yes.
Okay. So you have breakfast together. You have a nice little beginning to your morning. Anything else you guys get up to, or are you just heading straight to see the others?
Unless Fennel wants to talk about anything.
Not in particular.
Okay.
Then heading back.
Then you're heading back. Cool. So as you are heading back, Ven, do you disguise yourself, or are you staying as is?
As they leave the tavern, he'll quickly disguise himself. Like, as he's walking out, just transition.
Through the doorway. Very nice.
He's gonna hold Fennel's hand while they're walking back.
Okay. With that, Sienna, you wake up back at HQ, midway through creating Snowbear's hands. You can see as Snowbear just is laying there on the floor, starfish, just kind of looking up at the sky. Sees you wake up.
Oh, good morning. You're awake. Hello.
Good morning.
You fell asleep. I put a blanket around you. You You looked a bit
Oh,
cold.
Thanks. Yeah, probably shouldn't have slept on the couch. That does
Yeah.
not do good for your neck.
Well, I just like sleeping anywhere, so I don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, you should do it on beds. It's way more comfortable. Did I? Oh, I fell asleep on the task. Let me continue that. And then she makes grabby hands, so he gives her his hands back.
Okay. If you could roll this time the same check again, but with this with a dexterity.
Okay,
And I'll
so
give you
Dex with
advantage.
proficiency.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Ooh, 23.
You just hear Snowbear go,
I was a tailor at one time in my life, and well, your technique is sound, but if you could just improve there a bit lower.
and you see he begins to help you through it. And you begin to create the grabby hands for his little nubs at the end. You can see now he has two hands which seem to function in tandem with the movement of his head. You see as he moves his head backwards, you can see the hands like close. If he moves his head slightly to one side, one hand closes. So he's kind of like seeing like that.
Oh, this is excellent.
As he's just walking around, hands out, just moving him around.
Can't grab anything too heavy, but functional. Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, let's try if you have enough dexterity to write stuff. Let's try that.
Oh my god. I can write.
Yes.
I didn't think about that. All right.
So he's going to give it a shot. You watch as he's kind of drawing and using his neck in tandem with the end of his arm, not really working too well, as he's kind of very kind of fixed with it.
Done. Can you read it?
Mm,
Can you read what it says?
it says the name.
No, it says Sienna. Shit.
Oh, well, I could see the end at the. But
No worries. I know it's a work in
I
progress.
thought it was.
Thank you.
It takes some getting used to, and yeah, you'll get better at it.
He puts his hand up and he gestures with his neck and he just like starts scratching his head.
Yes. I will get used to it.
At this point, you see both Ven and Fennell come through the door. Are the two of you still holding hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Sienna, you watch as the two of them enter. Thorn and Thodane are currently finishing up breakfast as you're now all reunited once again. You did have a task yesterday, which you had kind of done part way. You were meant to go into the sewers and investigate what was going on beneath, yet you returned back here, so your job is still incomplete. Whether you wish to continue with it or do something else completely different, that's up to you.
Well, we're still filthy from the sewers. We could go back.
Talk about yourself. No, okay.
Not just
I mean,
Fennell.
good. We also have 2 out of 3 parts for the other job we took on. We could get the third one of that and then go back into the sewers.
What's
Maybe
the third
with
part that
more
we need?
equipment. That flower that grows underwater, I think.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to swim in sewers today. Going to swim in the sea would be a much nice change of pace.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the rest of us can relax on the beach. I mean, a beach episode wouldn't do any of us badly.
A what?
What's an episode?
Like like when you read a book, it's like a chapter, but it's a different word.
A mental episode. Everyone's
mental
tweaking out on the beach.
Mental episode.
Yeah,
Everyone sounds
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
exactly.
I can see Ben having a mental episode on the beach.
Yeah,
Too much water.
No, that's try not to do that. I don't think that
Hopefully I'll
would
be
a good idea.
fine
Let's
as-
not do that.
Yeah, as long as I don't go in this time, it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
To the beach.
Head out towards the dockyards. You can see that there is kind of like a shallower area where people are currently lounging around. At this point in the early morning, it's not too busy, and it's probably a little bit colder to be on the beach because the sun isn't at its peak yet. But you can see a couple of early birds are here, just kind of relaxing. Some of them going in for a swim. Seems to be a morning routine for them. You can also see fire giants are here, just kind of lounging around. As soon as the water gets closer, you watch as they like shift away and place themselves a bit further away from the water's edge, trying not to get hit by the cold.
Me too, girly. Me too.
Yeah, but for Fennel, as you look towards the sea, you can see there is a slight growth underneath the reef bed that's here in this kind of beached area. You can see gives away to parts of coral. You can see there is elements of like bright pink coral that rise up to the sides, never breaching the top half of the water, but seemingly just on the cusp of where the sandy beach is underneath the water. And that's where you were told where this black coral moss would be. So you begin to go in, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, is anyone else joining him, or is it just going to be Fennel?
Is it going to involve diving, or is it
does.
just swimming? Okay, yeah, then no fun doing that alone.
Maybe you could.
I feel like Sienna is just going to encourage Thorn to come to the edge of the water with her and just like plunge a bit, like play with the water a bit, relax, essentially.
So they know how to swim. Maybe he would.
Thodane's probably got whiskey already or something. He's probably just drinking by the side. I imagine he's probably just lounging next to one of the fire giants who's giving off this like immense heat, and he's just like chilling there, just like baking in the sun.
Sunbathing off of a fire giant.
Yeah, pretty much. But could you each describe your beach attire whilst we're here and whilst we're at it?
Oh, good question. Now I need to ask you something,
There's
Max.
one I'm picturing for now. It's just the Borat one. It's just the Borat G-string.
Oh God.
Yes, Robbie.
I'm typing it to you.
Okay.
Cause secret.
Mm-hmm.
Piece of
Yes.
time.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, if he's in the rims and the skies, then just like, what's the swimwear like? Do we have a modern-esque swimwear?
Yeah, think of it as like the 60s, the 40s. There's like proper one-piece swimsuits. There's everything.
All right, someone go before me. I need to look it up.
Well, you said it's still a bit fresh, right? Outside, so she is probably in a swimsuit, but she probably has like a essentially sweater jacket, but so a self-made jacket thrown over her shoulders to keep her warm, but her feet are bare and she's just up to the knees in the water and just enjoying the breeze, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And the swimsuit is, I don't know, orange. She does not really care a whole lot.
Very on theme.
Yeah.
just in case, because I'm afraid of what Ven did while in the Crimson Disguise while drunk, he's gonna take on for who has blue skin, but is not tieflings. Frick. Sure, a water genasi
Mhm.
with long, almost looks kind of like him, but has long dark hair, like black hair, and pink eyes. And the swimsuit is like the one piece, but it more looks like shorts. Not that kind of one piece. Shut the fuck up. I know not the anime. The one piece swimsuit that looks like kind of like shorts.
Okay.
But yeah, and the top, normal top.
Meanwhile, Fennell's just naked.
Hey yo, it's not a
That was my first thought. My brain was like, wait, wouldn't he just be naked? Anyway.
But that's not far off. He's pretty much just shedding all those layers and getting down to some shorts.
Okay. Okay, very good. So as Fennell dives into the water to go on this this track down of this black coral, I would like you to roll a survival check, Fennell.
With all the luck he's been having, it would be so funny if he fucked
Going
up
that
now.
one.
That would
Yeah,
be
let's
so
go with that
funny.
one.
9.
Yeah, there we go. Fennell, you begin to swim around. You're like looking, trying to find where it is. It's going to take you a while. Meanwhile, Sienna and Ven, as the two of you are lounging, just kind of relaxing, minding your own business, you watch as this as this volleyball just lands in between the two of you. The sand kicks up and kind of like flies over towards you, Sienna. You have to kind of like block your eyes so they don't get any sand in them. The ball itself looks to be slightly weighted. It looks quite heavy as it landed and thudded into the ground. And you watch as kind of beginning to like Baywatch their run across the water. You see this very young, but like maybe in their 20s or so, long burning golden hair that kind of like just goes past the shoulders and just seems to flicker with embers. Dark, almost ashen skin, running forward, abs aplenty, running through. You see as this figure gets larger and larger and larger. As they get right up next to you, you see this fire giant. Looks down. Hey, I'm so sorry about that. I aimed in the wrong direction. Apologies. And he picks up the ball, and you see it's like steel. Just picks it up. Sorry, I'm just glad I didn't crush you.
Yeah, me too.
I think you could
You
handle
should
it.
maybe consider. I mean,
You look pretty strong.
maybe. Yeah, but I've also never been hit by a steel volleyball before. Maybe just pay attention. Like, there's children every now and again at the beach, so maybe a bit more careful.
You see, he looks back. Okay. Well, I just demolished my last opponent. You see past him this kind of large netting, and there's several people like along the sides and on the back watching and just kind of idly waiting by. As there's like a range of large giants as well as human folk, just kind of like lined up, seemingly waiting to interact and play. You also watch as there seems to be soldiers here. Even though they are dressed in more kind of beachwear attire to blend in, you can clearly see their stance as they stand there and look with like a very authoritarian sort of demeanor to them. And they're watching this person in particular with like avid interest. He just kind of looks back. Do you want to give it a go? You see, there's a prize. If you win, you get some gold. Bit of a harder feat, but you know.
I mean, yeah. She's gonna have a quick glance with Thor and just like, I'm gonna go over there.
Thorn just like,
And
I'm
then
not
she's
getting
gonna-
involved.
Yeah, and then she's gonna go, yeah, I'd love to. Sounds fun.
All right. Oh, what's your name?
I'm Sienna. Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Sienna. And you see he reaches down, his finger grabbing your hand as he shakes it. Femir Wiro, nice to meet you. As he just kind of like shakes your
What
hand.
was that?
All right, let's have a go and see how it goes. Yeah, I'll take it
Yeah.
easy on you, just so you get
That
adjusted.
would be greatly appreciated.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's your first time, so. You see, he goes over. You can roll a history check with the name to see if it rings any bells.
I'm not good at that either. 5.
No fucking
And this
clue.
sure is a dude.
Certainly a guy. You head over with him. You now see that the netting is like large in comparison to you. Enough height where you can kind of like jump up and over the net, but it's still like a lot of weight put into it to do that. He kind of like grabs the ball, throws it to you. Here, have a feel of it to see how it goes in your hands. You grab the ball, heavy ball. You just kind of like grab it, but you begin to kind of get accustomed to the weight slightly as you bounce it in your hand. It does have like a bounce to it. It's like the exterior is almost made of like almost like it is an inflatable that's just weighted down heavily. But you just kind of like begin to bounce it off of each hand to really feel how it is. Just all right, come on, just pass it over. We'll test it out.
Yeah, sure. And she's gonna try it. Probably not doing anything fancy, just holding it in one hand and trying to pass it over with the other. Not
Okay.
tossing it or anything, just hitting it.
Then I'd like you to roll an athletics check at advantage.
Since this isn't an attack, the modifier from the sword doesn't carry over, right?
Correct. You don't have your
Okay.
sword with you? Oh my god!
Ugh.
You just send it flying forward. Use more weight and force than you were expecting. He just goes, whoa! And just tries to like catch it behind him. He's going to make a dex save. He's like, whoa! He falls backwards. The ball lands in the court. Jeez. Wasn't expecting that. Good job.
Sorry.
You watch as everyone begins to like clap with like this. Who is this girl? There's a few like gasps and shocks. Huh. Okay. Let's try it again for real this time. You ready to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you see, throws it in the air. You just watch it fly up. You see him jump up, ready to slam it down to you as he begins the game. This is going to be an athletics check from him. Natural 20.
No!
Right back at you. I will need you to roll not an acrobatics check, a dexterity saving throw. 19, not enough, unfortunately.
19.
You jump over to try and catch it. You end up tapping it into the air, but you are still kind of like weighted down by just the thud of it hitting against you. You feel almost slightly winded. I would need you to roll a intelligence saving throw as you're like
An intelligence saving throw? What the
your head's just completely spinning.
Thanks.
Dazed and confused, you look up to try and find the ball, and you just watch as it lands beside you, embeds itself into the ground, and he just goes, "Oh, shucks, that's 1 point for me. Sorry, I didn't really mean to go that hard on you. Sorry."
No, so good.
Yeah? Okay.
Just getting used to this.
It's the first of 3, so I believe in you.
Thanks.
Your serve.
Yes. So it's athletics, right?
What sort of move are you going to go for?
What sort of move? With a steel volleyball?
Yeah.
She's probably just still trying to figure out what the best stance for this is. So she's essentially rearranging her feet every now and again. And once she feels that she has a good grounding, she's just gonna try and lightly give it a slight toss upwards, and then it's like essentially as if she's not doing volleyball, but
Like shooting it forward.
what's the thing where you have very heavy things and you push them forward?
Shot putts. Like shot putts.
Yeah, whatever that is, sure.
Okay. I'd like you to roll an athletics check again at advantage.
Ooh, sweet.
25.
Ooh, 25.
You aim, you take your time, and then you shoot it forward to him. Again, great strength behind it. You see he kind of like goes over to the side. He's going to roll a dex save to see if he can catch it in time. Nope. You watch as he falls flat on his ass as he kind of like misses it momentarily, and the ball just lands into the ground beside him as he has no chance to try and catch it on the attack. You see him grind into the sand as it kicks up into his face. All right, good job. 1-1. My time to serve. Ready?
Yes.
You sure you haven't done this before? You're pretty good.
Well, honestly, I'm just trying to hit it as hard as I can. So, yeah, I haven't done this before.
Well, it's working, so okay. Maybe I might try your technique. You see, he kind of lines it up, lifts it into the air, and he's going to do the same as you. So he's going to roll at advantage.
Oh, no.
You see, he lobs it over, but he kind of like fumbles slightly with his angle, and you watch as it lands just outside of the court into the exterior. Shit. Okay, maybe I'm not going to use your technique anymore. All right. It's your serve. 2-1. I'm on the back foot. First to 3.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna do the same thing again because it seems to be working.
Okay. Athletics check at advantage, please.
Ooh, 14.
Okay. As you aim carefully, you shoot it upwards, but at the angle you throw it, you see he's prepared this time, seeing as you've kind of repeated the same method, and you watch as he jumps up to it, and he's going to try and slam it down in front of you. He's going to roll a check to see if he can get there in time first. He does, and then he's going to roll an athletics check to hit it back at you at almost full speed. You watch it just course down directly to you. I'm going to need you to roll either an acrobatics or dexterity saving throw.
It's the exact same thing, so we're doing the thing I haven't done before. 16.
16. You catch it, but it just lands into the air. I'm going to need you to roll a constitution saving throw to see if you can kind of like maintain your stance and then ready to hit back again. At 13, that's enough.
13.
You see the ball beginning to fly down quickly towards you. What do you do?
Trying to hit it into the direction he's not standing, so
Okay.
sort of
You
redirect it so he's going the other way.
try and redirect it away. This will be an athletics check. 18, okay.
Yeah, 18.
You hit it the other direction. He's going to roll an acrobatics check to see if he can get there in time. You see he's like, just begins to rush over as fast as possible. And he just reaches out and it just reaches the edges of his fingers and then lands inside the court. And you see him just like slide to his knees. As you watch as all the people begin to clap and cheer as you are 3-1 against him.
Woo, Sienna! Woo.
As you see everyone begin to cheer as you win, you hear people just go, "No one's ever beaten him before. What's going to happen now? Is he going to be angry or what? Who is this girl?" As they're all like saying these things, you see he kind of gets up. Well, that was a good one. Fast, but a lot of power put into it, so I like that. As I said, you're a prize. Guys, could you just bring over my things? And you see the two looking like guard figures look over. Oh, certainly, sir. As they begin to go through almost like this chest that's been left there in the sand, open it up, and you watch as like different elements are being taken out. Very kind of beautifully designed, very royal sort of items inside of there. And you just hear this kind of like cling, just like a bag full of something, as they take it out, hand it to him. He kind of like goes to one knee. Congratulations on the victory. Here you go.
Thank you. It was really fun.
No, yeah, thank you for playing, because I've not had a break of sweat like that in a while, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it too. We should definitely play again another day. I don't want my friends to get bored, so I'll go back over there. But yeah, this was really fun.
Well, I'm not here all the time, so I might not catch you here, but what was your name
Yeah,
again?
I'm also here the first time, so Sienna Yarrow.
Sienna Yarrow. Okay. I'll remember that. So, nice to meet you, Sienna Yarrow. Is that the Yarrow family? Coastal Delights.
Yes, it is. But
I'm sorry to hear about your business closing down. It's a shame. I really enjoyed going there.
oh, yeah, it was a nice place.
Well, I just hope that people like a man can find something else to do. I would offer him a job in my services, but unfortunately, we're a bit tight on staff as it is. So, but he's one of the good ones. So, yeah, look out for him, and I hope you can find him somewhere else. I understand businesses, they come and go. It's what it is. But you got to look out for the people, right?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find him a good new placement.
Okay, see you around. You see, he begins to look back. What's our next appointment? I believe, sir, you were going to get a manicure? No, let's skip that. I don't need that. I was going to say go to the baths, but that's also going to be closed now. So, well, let's head back to the estate. To the hearth it is. And you see they begin to like pick up their things and head off. As this crowd now dies down and leaves altogether. With that, we're going to focus on Fennel. Fennel, you swim around, you try and find this black, what was described as black coral moss, this kind of like inky black, almost tumor that grows on the side of a very healthy pink coral reef. Looking around, I would like you just to roll a stealth check as well, please.
Why am I rolling stealth?
You do not have your 1d4 since you do not have the cloak with you.
I don't. Good points. So remove 2. So that's still 19.
Okay. You swimming through. There's no one here. You are the only Triton that is present in this city as a whole. There's not many you've seen, if any. And kind of going through the different elements here, you find yourself almost getting slightly lost as you go deeper and deeper, looking at different parts, and eventually you find that kind of large stem of a coral, brilliant pink, brighter than the most, the healthiest out of all of them here. A lot of the other ones that you've seen are almost bleached, like they've lost their patina. They're kind of like pinkish color, almost turning into this dull, almost blanched version of slightly dying, roots slightly kind of falling apart, with some kind of lesser creatures here. There's no like small fish. They've all kind of like left this area. You're not sure why. It could be a variety of reasons. One of them kind of stands out to you a bit as you see trails of like oil slicks through the water. You also see elements of like chain and anchor just left, almost breaking up parts of the coral reef here. Elements of ships that are broken down and have just kind of like left scattered. Many ships in this very busy port have just over the years sunk and perhaps had their maiden voyage cut short and haven't been retrieved, just left here to the depths, as many things do from the surface. But looking at this one still very beating pink coral offshoot, you see at the very base of it this kind of black like tendon almost against the side of it, just hanging there.
Okay. I'll get closer to it. Seems like what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. You see it's there. It's almost in the actual coral itself, so you will need to carve it out. You would have known this beforehand, so I imagine you have your dagger with you. But which one would you take with you? Is the question.
I'll take the new one, the crooked dagger.
Okay. You begin to cut into it. I'd like you just to roll an attack roll. Okay.
Yep.
You begin to slice in, trying to create this nice cut, but unfortunately, with the way that the dagger's kind of bending at the end, it does leave like a harder carve behind, and it's not as neat or as pretty as you'd hope to kind of leave it in, and perhaps will cause long-term damage to the coral itself. But these things are just cause and effect. You eventually carve out where this root is, and you pull it free, and now you have it in your hand.
Right. I'll head back to the shore.
Mm-hmm. You turn around and you feel this almost like sixth sense kick in. There's a slight almost temperature change in the actual water itself, where it's almost like there is a slight warmth. Almost like there's a body somewhere nearby. There is a life. And you feel it's perhaps staying put.
Well, as in like something's watching me.
Perhaps.
Do I get a sense of what direction it's coming from?
You can roll a perception check.
12.
There's a broken ship. There's a mass of coral, dead coral. There's also an abundance of seaweed in some areas that are slightly dried up, but you kind of turn, look, can't see anything. But you feel like, as you look in those directions, there's an unease in the water.
Okay. are those on the way to where I need to go back to?
Perhaps.
In that case, I'll take a little bit of a detour just to kind of stay clear of them, just giving us space.
Okay. You begin to swim through the water. And just roll another perception check.
20.
You had to go fairly deep into the water to find this one bit of a live coral where it is dark enough that your dark vision is kicking in. And in the very edges of your periphery, as you begin to swim up and back to shore, you see this shape just swim and just pull away from your vision as though attempting to hide away from you, knowing how far you can truly see. Something clever.
Yep. Okay. I'll keep going towards the shore, but I don't want to leave myself too much in the open, so I'll stick close to the seabed and the decayed corals.
Okay. If you could just roll 2 checks for me. This will be you can roll them whichever way you want, but I'm going to need a stealth check and a dexterity saving throw. You get to choose in what order.
I'll do the stealth one first. 18.
Okay.
And then
That's
dexterity minus a d4.
So 17.
So 17. And then a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
23.
Yeah. That's good, right?
Find yourself going through the coral. Some of it in its current state is quite almost like thicket-like branches. And as you are pushing through, you avoid getting any cuts or slicing into elements that are a bit more jagged. And some of the like rusted chain and anchors that are just left here. You navigate your way through, try and keep yourself hidden. You swimming at one point, find yourself in this area of like massive chain. The chain links themselves are as big as you, and you just kind of like hide in them for a moment as you can hear something in the water. Although it is silent, you just hear it almost like rush through the water and continue in like a steady pace as you look and you can see this humanoid shark figure, thick-necked, thick-bodied, large jawed mouth to the front, eyes black on the side as it's just skulking through. See, on occasion, it looks down to the bottom left or the bottom right, and you watch as it just goes into this frenzy. As it just goes in, tearing apart anything that's there. You see clawed hands, teeth that bite into metal, and you hear the metal just begin to bend through the water as it like chomps down into it. You watch as the gills just breathing in the air, trying to scent anything in the water. But luckily, you stayed away from damaging yourself. No blood for it to sense. And you just look as it breathes in and then snakes away into the darker of the depths. this creature was the same one which you had followed in the depths of Alexia. It just slinks away and disappears, but you're still very wary that perhaps it might be around, so you still take your time, and eventually you find yourself on the surface and emerging beachside. Very lucky, Frey. Very, very lucky with those rolls once again.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Jeez.
Did he get the moss, or did he leave before getting it?
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
Oh, okay. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yay! You live!
Yay! if
like
you got bit, Ven would give you the lecture of a lifetime. You're never going into water again.
Oh. You're gonna put me in a tank.
Yeah.
Fishbowl.
Yeah, in a very safely
Yeah,
monitored
fishbowl.
fishbowl. Yeah.
No tanks. Very good. You arrive back. You see the rest of your party members. The rest of you see as Fennel arrives with the root of black moss in his hand.
Here you go. Piece of cake.
That was fast.
Really? I thought it took quite a while. I had to go quite far down, actually.
Well, for having to go so far down, it was quick. But nice. Now we got everything.
Yep. and
And
we're
I
nearly done
played
with
a
the
nice
job.
round of volleyball. It was fun.
What's volleyball?
And did. Oh, it's where you take a ball and then you
Volley.
throw it over the net, and then the other person has to throw it back, and whoever drops it first loses a point.
Oh, nice. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it was fun. It's fun.
We'll have to give that a go sometime.
Should have seen Sienna. Jeez. That guy was like thrice her size and she beat him fair and square.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. Well, do we want to stay here for a bit or do you guys want to just head back?
We might as well enjoy the day, you know. We did technically do a job, so
Well, we need to get these things to
Do the guy.
what was it again? Yeah, to the guy, the alchemist.
yeah.
Why do I feel like
Yeah.
Dane's like those dads at the beach was like falling asleep with the newspaper? Yeah.
Just hear him snoring.
Well, we could stay here for a bit. If you want to teach Fennel how to play volleyball.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to learn how to play.
Okay.
All right.
We'll just have to find out where we get a ball, because I don't have one. I don't want a normal ball. That one was stealing it.
Wait, with steel in it?
There was steel in that ball.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it was
dear.
very heavy.
And you still beat that guy?
Yes, but I think it was mostly luck.
I can't believe you're playing with a steel ball.
I think
Yeah,
you're
me
just cool
neither.
like that. You need to give yourself some more credit, Sienna.
I guess.
You doing okay?
Well,
You seem a bit down.
He just mentioned something that apparently the spa my parents own here in the city is being closed down.
Oh, why? It was a nice place.
Well, you know, businesses sometimes they don't go well, and then they have to be closed down. My parents didn't seem too pleased by the performance yesterday. Yesterday. So.
Now, how was meeting them?
just the usual, really. You know, parents.
Um,
No, not really.
Not really. What do you mean?
Well, Thorn picked a bit of a fight,
Oh dear.
and then they escalated it, and then Thorn left before Thorn could further escalate it. Yeah, it would.
What did they even
Theo
fight
got what he
about?
wanted out of it, so that's great.
I see. What did they even fight about?
Thorn disagreed with some of the things they said, and then disagreed with them being amalgams, which I did see coming, and I should have known to be uncomfortable, but well, too late now. And then my mother said some fairly inappropriate things about what happened to Thorn and her friends, and yeah, it was pretty bad. They did not get along at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry it went that way.
But I expected it, really.
I didn't know your parents were like that.
Well, sometimes they're not. You know.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes they're not. So, volleyball, right? You wanted to learn volleyball. Let me go see if I can get a ball somewhere. Just a second. And she's got a dash off.
Ben just kind of
Because
looks
running
at
is the smartest
Fennel.
coping mechanism.
That sounds like it was pretty bad.
Yeah. I didn't know her parents were. What's with everybody's parents in this group just being awful? Am I the only one with good parents?
Well, I haven't got any parents, so they can't be awful.
Well, I suppose, but that's not really any better, I think.
Silver linings.
Yeah, silver lining.
I hope she's okay. We talked yesterday and. I don't know. She seems to be insecure about a few things, especially about Thorn.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a conflict there. Hopefully, it works itself out though.
She puts too much on herself.
That she does.
We need to find a way to boost her confidence.
Well, if she finds a steel ball, I think she's going to beat me, and that might boost her confidence.
Well, I don't never know with you because you seem to be good at a lot of things, so
Yeah,
maybe go easy on her.
I'm not that strong though. If it's steel ball, I think I'm buggered.
You did pick up a sledgehammer yesterday and smash it into
That's just a hammer. If she's throwing steel balls at me, I'm not trying to catch it.
Alright, well, I'll be cheering for you both. Or more like wishing you good luck that you don't break your forearms.
I'm not going to bring back a steel ball. I'm going to ask around for normal volleyball.
Maybe a steel ball is a normal volleyball.
No!
Sienna, if you could roll a persuasion check at advantage, please. As you go around asking for people's balls. Okay, excellent.
Oh my
Seriously?
11's good enough.
Wow.
You find a kid who's like playing with his ball with his brother, and as he's kind of like going back and forth, he sees you arrive, grabs the ball underneath his arm. Hey, you want this?
Hey. Yeah, I would love to. My friend has never played volleyball before, and I would love to teach him. So.
Okay. What are you going to give me in return?
Well, I could also give you guys some lessons. I just fought the big guy and somehow won. So,
Yeah, I don't care about that.
if you want to.
This kid's a businessman.
Yeah.
Ew. How old is this kid?
He looks about 11.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. 11-year-olds are, I have, 5 copper pieces on me. I didn't bring a whole lot of money because I thought we were just going to be relaxing at the beach. But if you want to sell it to me, or you could give me a loan where you loan the ball to me and I give you the money as insurance, and then you get the ball back and I get my money back.
See, he's thinking. You really need this ball, don't you?
No, not really.
Bros is about to invent capitalism.
Oh.
What is happening?
You hear his friend just go, "Hey, just give it. Hey, no, we're gonna talk about this, okay?
Demand supply over here, Jesus.
5 copper pieces, not enough. Not enough.
Right. And let me ask this differently. What would you want for the ball?
Ah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. You see that? See that girl over there? He points over to like 3 girls, just kind of like sunbathing, relaxing. They look like proper, like rich valley girls, just there twiddling their hair. They're probably about 14, 15. You say
Right.
like,
Right.
so, wow. We all saw what you did to the prince, and you know that's good stuff. So if you could maybe put a good word in for me with them, maybe get me a date or something, then you can have this ball.
Right. Do I get the ball if I just try it, or do I have to succeed?
No, you have to succeed.
Oh. Well, I can still try. Why not?
Do I feel like I recognize you. You look familiar.
I honestly wouldn't know where from.
Do you do street art?
No.
Kind of like looks behind you for a moment. Probably not you. No wings. Okay, well, if you can get me a date with all 3 of them, preferably. But you know,
All 3.
do what I can. Yeah, just work your magic. Do you want this ball or not?
Not that desperately. I think you should just muster the courage to go talk to them yourself, and maybe then if you don't offer all 3 of them to go on a date with you, they might actually consider it, because that's not a good strategy. That's not going to come off very well.
Okay, look, well, I'll
So
just give it to you straight.
Have
okay?
fun.
No, wait. I need this. Look, I'm just from the streets. I come from the underside. I had a bad go at it last few days. It's been a bit awful. Staying with my friend for the next couple of weeks until I get a new home. And I just really want to, you know, just try my chance. She's never going to look at me otherwise. I'm just another street rat, live underneath wherever she lives, most likely. Just please, I'll give you the ball.
Is there like an ice cream or something where you can buy cool drinks? Is there a store nearby?
Yeah, I'd say there's a cabana, like sort of place selling drinks.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna give him enough money to buy like three things of something. I'm gonna give him that. How about you take this money, you go to the store and you buy them a nice drink. something nice and refreshing, like a good water with ice in it or something, or soda. And you approach them, offer them the drinks, and just talk to them. Be nice and charming. Maybe don't mention how you wanted to trade the volleyball for the arranged dates. And just befriend them.
Okay. Okay.
And then ask the one you like, not all three of them, to go on a date with you.
Okay. I'll try. Can you just as reassurance in case this doesn't work, he's going to hand the ball to his friend. You just wait here until I give you the thumbs up, okay?
I could do that.
Okay, thank you. You hand him the 5 copper pieces. You see he takes them. He walks over to the bar. You see he kind of like talks to the barman. The barman like looks at him, just gives him like this really confused look. And you see the kid turns back and points to you. And the barwoman looks at him, looks at you. Rolls her eyes and hands 3 drinks and gives them to him. Roll a perception check.
Oh boy. Please
He's
tell me
so
you didn't
getting
give this kid
alcohol.
alcohol. Please no, please. That is not what I said. 11.
Okay. You see he takes the 3 drinks, kind of like walks over sheepishly to the 3 girls. You see he begins to like walk over to the 3 of them, hand them drinks. You see he begins to talk to them. Yeah, he's going to roll a persuasion check at advantage for reasons. Oh my god.
Yes!
Let's go, little kid. Let's go.
Really, the police knocking on our door.
All 3 of the kids just like wide-eyed. You see one of them begins to curl their hair. They say, "Oh my god, it's so cute! Thank you!" And they begin to take the drinks from him. You see, he kind of turns around, gives you a thumbs up. The friend hands you the volleyball. "Thanks, miss." And he runs over and joins him as well. "Enjoy the ball."
Yeah, don't do anything stupid. They're gone.
You see one of them like drinks the drink, begins to cough.
No.
You've
We've
just
just-
given, yeah.
We just
No.
started
Oh,
pour
God, what is wrong
alcoholics
with
on
that
their journey.
bartender? What's wrong with that bartender? Oh, I swear to God.
Okay.
That's why I said ice cream. I wanted an ice cream
Later-
store or something.
You guys now have the volleyball. You begin to teach Fennell how to play. Leonie, can you roll 2d20s, please, separately?
I can. Why must you do this to me, Max? What have I ever done to you? 16 and 18.
You playing volleyball, just kind of enjoying the early morning, teaching Fennell how to play. Fennell, watch as this bartender walks over now with 2 kids and 3 girls behind her as she walks up. "Excuse me, madam. Are these your
Yes.
children?" You see the kid that was like
Yeah.
talking with you nods his head.
Yes, they're all mine.
"It is very bad parenting to have given them alcohol."
I didn't give them alcohol. I gave them money to buy some drinks. Something to refresh.
Mum, you did tell me to get the drinks for you. Do you not remember? And then I waved to you and you said, yeah. Do you not remember that?
No, you're right. They were for me and my friends. Did you idiots drink them?
Yeah, we may have had a sip. You just hear one of the Valley girls just say, "Oh, 3."
Yeah. Right.
Just gets to throw up. I don't like
Right.
alcohol.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's a thing you should remember for your future. I'm gonna take them off your hands. Thank you for being concerned. I'll take care of them. Don't worry.
Do not let this happen again.
Yeah.
She leaves back to the bar, and now you're left with 5 drunken kids who they are just like. You see the one that was talking to before. It worked.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how.
I'm gonna ask
others
the 3 girls for her
drink.
parents. For their parents.
Well, my parents, they live in the hills. You don't look like you would know
Right.
where that is.
So, did you come here alone without anyone watching over you?
Yeah, I'm a big girl.
Okay, great.
All right, Sienna, can we talk for a moment?
I did not give this kid alcohol. I swear. I promise.
What? Oh my goodness. Okay. You 5 wait there, and Ben's gonna go grab cold water from the fucking sea, and he's gonna make them wash their faces with it.
Just begin to like spray them down, just begin to wipe them down. There's a bit of vomit like trailing down their faces. You just begin to clean them up. Ah,
All right, now
my
all of you better not touch alcohol until you're at least 21, or however
Mhm.
old is adult in your race age.
roll an intimidation check at advantage because they're drunk.
Sure. Fuck.
Oh
my
my
God.
This sounds amazing.
You see that you just begin
I
to
mean, he's
rail
not
into
trying
them.
to intimidate them. It's more just
No.
like motherly.
Still,
Stop being stupid.
you see one of them just goes, I'm sorry, but that outfit is so 10 years ago. You cannot really be saying anything to us when you're wearing something that's so out of style. Who do you think you are?
Someone who can tell your parents what you did.
Please, by all means, tell them.
You think they'll be happy with you drinking?
They don't care.
Well, that's just sad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is. They're too busy running the city.
Right. Well, I think you should all head home now.
Oh, whatever.
Okay.
You see, she looks over to the kid. I'll see you in or whatever your name is, kid. Bye. As they just leave. You are then left with the 2 boys as they're just kind of like looking around. Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna leave.
No. You stay right there. I did not give that to you so you could buy alcohol, you little shit.
Sienna, don't swear in front of the kid.
This specific kid, Right. I won't swear in front of the kid that just bought alcohol and they gave it to 3 underage girls.
Blah, just
Don't do
begins to throw up on
something.
you.
Oh,
Oh,
he
okay.
also drank it
Nice.
himself.
Oh, right, you too.
No, you're not helping.
Are your
What are you
parents
gonna
here?
do? No, they're not here.
Right. Now sit down, points the towel they have, and drink water until you feel better.
Okay, Mom.
I'm not your.
They sit down. They begin to drink the water. Eventually, you see the friend of the one you were talking with, Sienna, just goes, we should probably go. soon. My mom, she won't be happy if we're too late. Yeah, maybe.
All right, just don't do something that's stupid again. And here's your ball.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And no more buying alcohol for yourself or other kids. If you really want to ask them out on a date, you should do so when you're not drunk. And also, those girls were not very nice.
Well, okay.
Are you gonna be safe to go back home alone?
Yes.
All right.
Inside.
Roll an insight check. At advantage because they're still drunk.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Are they not sobering up?
They are.
How much did they drink?
17, Jesus. You see, he kind of looks at you. They seem to be okay. But you do notice that the kid that you've been interacting with has been kind of like looking at you a bit like closer and just kind of like keeps staring. Well, okay. See you later. You just see they begin to leave.
Unbelievable kids these days.
How do I keep getting stuck in situations like these? How? First,
I really don't
that guy on
know.
the airship, and now it's kids, and yesterday Snow Bear, and it's just, it just keeps happening.
What? What happened with Snow Bear? And what guy on the ship?
Let's not talk about the guy on the ship. But yesterday with Snow Bear, I accidentally said that I didn't want him to come along to the meeting with my parents because that would have been horribly awkward. How do you explain a talking plushie to your parents? And then I used the word plushie, and he got really offended about that, and I felt horrible.
Oh dear.
As the ramblings continue, Sienna, you watch as the kid kind of turns back for a moment and looks at you and then leaves with the other friend. Just roll an insight check.
Another one.
Yeah.
Nice.
my God.
Oh, nat 20.
Wow. You can see that there was maybe a bit of like sadness behind his eyes. Mentioning that he's from the underside, you probably assume that his building was probably destroyed. And seeing as he was a bit vague with his parents, they're most likely dead. And he is staying with his friend permanently. There is almost this kind of like look towards you as like a motherly figure in a way. Just as kind of like, I guess, a dream scenario for him, as he's just kind of like looking over, and then his friend just like pulls him away, and they head off away from view. But yeah, you just see that kind of like sad look in his eyes. But with all of that said and done, we will end the session there and pick it up next
How
time.
dare you? How dare you
Yeah.
make Sienna feel bad for not adopting a random kid off the street?
Well, it's just a
The
random
date was
kid. I don't think we have the
me.
jurisdiction to do that, first off.
Yeah,
but, you know.
I think we would get arrested. Yeah, kids, come along with us to the adventures into the sewers.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Very interesting session. A shame that the other two weren't able to stick around, but you
Yeah.
know, life gets in the way and stuff. So yeah, otherwise it would have gone, I think, a very different direction. But we can go there
To the
next time.
ending.
All I'm
It's
gonna
fine. It was
say
wholesome.
is-
It was wholesome. It's fine.
All I'm going to say is, yes, wholesome, nice little side quests, but you had a mission with Frankie, and that,
Yeah, we will. We will.
yeah.
Yeah, we're going back into the sewers for God's sake.
We just want Cassie and Jack to be there for that.
I know. Just leaving
We're
the first time
sorry.
is gonna be punishments anyway. You know what that means.
Hey, it's not our fault they had to go.
No, but you still left anyway. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
We're
No, okay.
gonna end it there.
Ourselves.
No, wait, what did I get from the volleyball match? What did I win?
What did you win? You won a lot of fucking gold because he's a prince who was giving out rewards to anybody.
I knew
who
he was a prince. Yes.
2,000 gold pieces. You are
God damn.
Damn.
That's why I was in a large
Nice.
sack. So you've got that carrying around with you now. That's why when you were like talking about handing the kids 5 copper, I was like, she really doesn't know how much she has, does she? So to be fair, I preferred that. It was good. A lot of interesting interplayer dynamics. Very awkward dinner with some
Awkward.
family members.
Awkward
Very
as shit.
Yeah, that's called
Purposely
awkward.
so.
It's called awkward.
Yes. So
It's called not angsty as fuck. Let's go with awkward.
yes. It was good. I liked playing that. I love the awkwardness.
Oh yeah.
I thrive off of the awkwardness, as you all know. Let's end this here.
Alright.
Hope you guys
Did you
enjoyed.
drink alcohol because
I have not.
okay?
But I just want to say, we don't endorse giving alcohol to kids.
Children, yes.
I don't think this has to be said, but
But we're
we do
saying
not
it anyway.
endorse it. And we do not endorse using plushy slurs. We do not
Plushy
endorse any of these things. But yeah, we'll end it there.
How is plushy a slur?
Don't ask me. Ask the teddy bear. All right. See you next time, guys. Thank you for joining.
Bye.
Follow us on Instagram and all that stuff. You know how it is.
Drink
Bye.
responsibly. Bye.
Drink responsibly. Don't do drugs. Or do. I don't care. See ya.
Thanks.
Bye.